my scars teach you left behind injuries that define me to my core. They'll hear me roar like never before. The pain I absorbed is feeding my core. I'm hard to ignore, I'll beat down your door. If you wanted war, well then you got war.
And they know that I won't surrender, so they fear me as a contender. When I fight, they always remember, yeah. I will be known, I won't let go. I will not stop, I will be great. I will be known, I won't let go. I will not stop, I will be great. We came here to conquer, like we're monsters. We can last much longer, we do this for honor. We came here to conquer, like we're monsters. And we can last much longer, we do this for honor.
Watch out, cause I'm here now and I'm staying. Claws out, this the fight that I've been craving. I know there's something inside of me, but it's been masked by fear and anxiety. But no more, I'ma break out of the chains. Let's defiantly. I'm waking up, this ain't enough. All of my dreams were starting to rust, but I believe that I can adjust. Positive thoughts, I'm starting to trust. Nothing's deserved unless you work. Something of worth requires an urge. I have been hurt by those at their worst, but that gave me will, some power, a surge.
And they know that I won't surrender, so they fear me as a contender. When I fight, they always remember, yeah. I will be known.
Hello and welcome to a very relaxed and chill version of the Marko Yamashita Show. I am your host, Marko Yamashita, and I continue to get myself in a lot of trouble, despite me trying not to do anything of the sort. So first, what I wanted to do is I wanted to provide everyone with just a brief update on my current condition, because I have continuously and inadvertently continued to find ways of unintentionally hurting myself. And as I stated on social media last week, I have had an unfortunate run-in with a flight of stairs, and because I have nerve damage in my back and major nerve damage down one of my legs, and I have partial nerve damage down my other leg. I don't always feel things when I'm walking, and so I know that the motion is there, but subconsciously I think everything's fine, even though everything may not be fine. And I took an unfortunate tumble down some stairs, and luckily it wasn't an entire flight of stairs. Otherwise, I'd probably still be in the hospital with a broken neck. But I landed awkwardly on one of my knees, and the knee swelled up to the size of a softball, and I had to have it drained. It's still swelling somewhat now, but it's not nearly as bad as it was. So yeah, and it does seem to be going down so long as I don't put pressure on my knee. If I put pressure on it and I try to do something with it, it just aggravates it and starts swelling again. So that's that. So I've been kind of kicked up with my leg, just trying to recover from that. And I swear it's just one thing after another. And so the other thing I wanted to just briefly discuss, and it's why I have had a difficult time trying to stream to begin with, is I'm suffering from a condition that is very difficult for people to understand. And people tend to make judgments based on just what they see and what they perceive, and it's not what I'm going through. And it's one of the main reasons why I bring up mental health so much, especially when it comes to streamers, because they don't understand. Most people don't understand the amount of pressure a streamer goes through just to make content. You know, like if I'm doing like this, for example, it's not that hard to set up. But if you are trying to stream on YouTube, there's a lot more involved in it than just, I'm going to start up a game, you know, put it on my schedule, and then, you know, people are supposed to show up like they do on Twitch, you know. And because of that, you know, there's a lot of involvement with it. And when you're trying to stream on YouTube, you're trying to differentiate yourself from other people that are on YouTube in order to make your content slightly unique, you know, trying to make that hook. I suffer from a condition called dysthymia. And dysthymia is a long-lasting chronic form of depression. And it makes it extremely hard to work sometimes. And that's why I haven't been able to stream as much as I have been. You know, I actually went out and I sought the advice and opinion of a specialist involved in this, and that's what I was diagnosed with. But I'm also diagnosed with major Oreo. Hey, how are you? I saw your comments in Discord, and that's what made me want to do this talk right now. I missed you too, my friend. I really do. I really do. And I'm talking about this right now. You see, I suffer from I have what they're newly classifying as double depression. One of and dysthymia is the primary depression I suffer from, and it's a combination of a chemical imbalance in the brain and external events that cause you to become depressed. However, I'm also suffering from what they call a major mood depression disorder, and it's because of losing my mother and then losing my uncle to cancer. And the combination of those two just has not brought me out. You know, I haven't been able to get out of that because there's the problems physiologically that I need to to get worked on and to try to get fixed, and then there's also the coping mechanisms, and right now they feel like some of those coping mechanisms aren't working correctly, and that's why I'm still having trouble with as people would say it bluntly, getting over my mother's passing, why I haven't been able to move on from certain events, and because of those specific events, the doctor identified 5 trigger events within the last 2 years that he's classifying as PTSD events. And because of that, that's why I've been kind of stuck in this rut of trying to stream, trying to do something, and then not showing up for it. Constantly doing that. Only being able to really do things like on the spot spontaneously. That those types of things. So that's kind of where I've been stuck at. So the TLDR of it is, I am getting help for it, and I am seeing several specialists because of me finally recognizing this is what's going on, and as a result, I have spent an increasing amount of time just offline trying to take care of my mental health. Trying to find some kind of balance and some kind of, ability to find the right treatment so I can get back to what I want to do. That's the biggest thing, and it's been a slow process. It's been a real slow process. But I told my doctors I don't want to give up what I want to do. I don't want to, what I want to do isn't inherently harmful. The harmful things are, trying to cope with these major events that's happened, and so that's what we're working on. So if I know I've been asking people to be extremely patient with everything, and I know the result. I already know what the result is and what the result was going to be when I realized that, hey, I'm going to have to take this long route, and a lot of people have moved on, and I understand that's part of life. People are going to move on from where you're at, and I appreciate it, Oreo. I know I've left a lot of people hanging, and I've tried to be as transparent as possible, just because I appreciate how far people have gotten me to this point. Honestly, this is the honest to God truth. YouTube has recently changed several of their policies involving monetization. And had I been able to maintain what the level of activity that I originally had, I would be monetized right now. And I would be monetized at the amount of subscribers I have. And I could have actually, tried to turn it around and do more with the channel. Do a lot of the things I wanted to do with the channel. You know, make it so I could do more of the side projects I wanted to do, and get things at a point where people could enjoy a lot of the various things I wanted to do. Because I'll be honest, I'm a variety streamer. I've always been a variety streamer because I can't play one single game habitually for years and years and years and years, and that be my only content that way, and my live and breathe that only thing. I did that with Final Fantasy 14, and every time I try to pick up the game now, I log in, and then 2 minutes later I log out because I can't do it anymore. So that, and when something is happening in near real time, or is breaking and unfolding in front of us, I'd like to be able to just be that, be somebody that can jump online and say, hey, these things are happening, let's talk about it. I have tons of material that I've pulled from this past Hall Life financial report that I just haven't been able to get to, because what I'm going through right now has just been overwhelming, and it's a bummer because there's a lot of things that follow up on things that we've talked about for over the last year. So I'm trying my best to work on all these things, and I'm trying to find a way to integrate what I have been doing back into what I need to do in order to take care of myself. And that in itself is been a slow process, because I looked at my activity, and I've only been putting out one stream a week, and that's not what I want, but it might be what I end up having to do for a while. So I think that once because I have a great team of doctors, and when we work on things, and then we get to we make progress, but we only get to a certain point, they essentially have told me, we're not going to sugarcoat this. If we get to a point where we can't go any further without pulling in more people to help, we're going to pull in more people to help. And they've been really good about doing that, and I can honestly say that I think that many of the VTubers that we have talked about on my channel over the past year and a half are extremely strong to be able to get through what they have and get to where they are now. And if they are, kind of, maybe hiding some of the pain or some of the things that they are still experiencing, they have tremendous willpower to be able to push through it, because I made a comment on Twitter, that a year ago, almost to the this month, like a year ago, Miki Nico was still crying and screaming and yelling on Twitcasting about her departure from Hololive. And she was still, why do I have to go through this? This isn't fair. I'm watching, all my friends succeed, and they're doing all this stuff without me, and I should just, not exist. She was saying a lot of these things, and she was, being really down on herself, both publicly and privately. And now, a year later, I mean, the other night she was playing, a horror game, featuring, Sencho, and for her to be able to kind of face that, and playfully, mimic, Marin's voice, while she was playing the game. Being able to laugh and just see the content visually and not feel down or outwardly express that she's still remorseful for the way things unfolded is big. And honestly, Miki and Nico doing that the other night helped me kind of face my demons a bit, because I'll be honest, I still feel the hurt that I feel that when Akira and Makoto from Gogo Nippon graduated, and I faced that for the first time in months, the other night, and managed to listen to two up and coming twin sisters on affiliated with Hololive, and make peace with that. At least try, start making peace with that. And in fact, I was able to slip them a message as well, and first confirm my suspicions, but then also tell them that the moment I heard their voices, I knew that they were okay. And part of what I guess really hit me hard was not knowing what happened to them. And once I was able to make peace with that, at least that component inside of me felt better. The loss is still there, but just knowing that I can hear them again, even if I can't enjoy them to the extent that I used to, because they used to kind of be not mine, but I mean, there was maybe like 80 to 100 of us that faithfully tuned into them at any given point. And so they were kind of ours, that it was a small community. Yeah, it was slowly growing, but it was still a small community. And so, we had kind of a little bit more ease of access. But now they had, they went from, having, 80 to 100, 150 at times, to having, they had 10,000 people watching them play Earth Defense Force 5 last night. and it just kind of blew my mind that they went from that, for so small to huge, you know. Yeah, exactly. I feel the same way, um and once I realized who they were, and how they are now a part of something a lot larger. I was able to kind of tap into some of my old channels and be able to um to see what the chatter was. And they're doing extremely well for themselves, and I'm happy that they've been able to make that journey and transition the way they have, because that's what they want. And at the end of the day, I was mentioning this to somebody else. At the end of the day, if you love somebody, you want what's best for them. you know Everyone has needs, and everyone has desires, and what they want. But you also got to consider what's best for them. And them being able to find success is the most important thing for me. you know I hate the fact that there are so many people out there that look at people like me, and they say, "Oh, you're an incel, and you are a a parasocial listener. You're nothing more than a parasocial fan that with delusions and so." And it's like, no, that is not how I feel, and that is not what I am. I have the unique opportunity to be able to interact with specific people that I have interacted with more than they have. And I've been able to interact them to the point where, I genuinely care about what happens to them. They're not just a cartoon character that's voice acted on the screen, and then once they get canceled, you just move on to the next new show. I mean, these are people, and you do care about the people, and that's what is more important to me. It's, as I always stated on my channel, you support the talent. You don't support the character. You support the talent. And for me, the talent was always special to me, because you can put any cartoon character in front of you that's voice acted, and they're completely disposable. However, the person that's behind them, they're always going to exist. And you don't know them. You're unless you're extremely fortunate to be able to chat with them on a daily basis, like I have with some small streamers. You don't know them, but you still care enough about them. Makita and Akira and Makoto were my afternoons and evenings for me, because I did not watch any other English streamers in the afternoon and evening. I only watched them. I had become so disillusioned with Hololive EN, Holomyth and the console. I was like, I can't watch this. It's all cringe. I can't watch it. It's completely if all you're trying to do is make content so it can be clipped, so people will talk about you, I don't want to watch that. I'll watch a clipper do a recap of all your streams, and I've seen several of the talents, come back along and say, I mean, the clips are always out of context, and it doesn't represent what actually, happened in the rest of the stream. And it's like, okay, well, I'll trust you on this. And you go back and watch the entire stream, and the entire stream is literally setting up the next clip, moment. uh, Especially with collaborations, I mean, what is it about collaborations that automatically draw out the worst in people? I mean, why is it every time two people collab, you have to sit there and throw romantic sexual remarks to try to create friction or entice the other person to respond? It's like, stop it. It doesn't always have to be about that. you know so I don't know. I mean, yeah, I do know it's because sex sells. And even if you look at the twins that debuted with Hololive, they're probably the most innocent streamers of the entire English branch, and that includes Ina. However, even those models are severely sexualized. And it's kind of funny in a way because, one of them went from being a washboard little sister to be a washboard little sister dog. And it's like, you're still a washboard while her the older sister, is endowed. It's like, why couldn't it have been the other way around for once, But, yep, they are live and streaming for us, of course. We Can Care also trying their very best every day to entertain everyone, and that's enough. Yes, for them, that is enough. And they're we have to make one thing extremely clear, that yes, I do recognize that these ladies are making this content for entertainment, and at the end of the day, yes, they are in the entertainment industry. That still does not mean that we can't have a level of compassion and empathy towards them. And people look at me, right? People look at me, and they look at my channel, and they say, "Oh, well, I mean, you're a nobody. You're, okay, yeah, you may have a VTuber model, but you're a nobody." And my response to that is, this nobody has peeked behind the actual curtain and has walked backstage more times than any of the stands out there. I have talked to managers, I have talked to talents, off camera. I have communicated with them off camera, off stream. I have literally been behind the curtain. Not figuratively, like physically gone over to a Hololive studio. No, I have, I've actually, seen the other side of the industry, and been exposed to it, I may not be involved in it, to the extent that I would announce, tomorrow I'm going to be collaborating with so and so. No, I mean I'm not that connected, but I have had several streamers, especially Japanese streamers, that are at least have a consistent viewer base of 50 or more, and they've seen, oh, you are a VTuber, and we connect, and and we talk, and I ask them questions about what's it like to be an independent VTuber, Japanese VTuber. A lot of these VTubers have been at VTuber functions, have been live in front of people at conventions. A lot of them have talked to their to fans at these conventions. So I've seen behind the curtain, and I've talked to a lot of them. I'm not saying that I can drop names and automatically get in, but it really irks me at times where I have people try to degrade my my views on the VTuber world because I care about the direction that it is going. And there are some very bad signs out there that it's going in the wrong direction already. And that's part of why you see what you see now, where especially on the English speaking side, VTubers have dropped so bottom left that they feel that they have to keep going in order to one up the next person, because it's a fight for survival and views and clicks and watch times and everything else, and it's all about numbers. My little sister, the VTuber I consider to be my little sister, Hoshinon, she's on hiatus now. And it's because of two things. And this is why I take it so passionately. This is why I take exception to fans that talk that way. And why I've been severely, very depressed, and I haven't really wanted to talk to anybody lately. She has a stalker. He's not, as far as I know, and as far as she's told me, he's not stalked her physically, like in the real world. However, he has gotten to the point that he literally told her that if she didn't start doing what he wanted, he was going to game over himself. And he has guilt tripped her so bad into believing that everything is her fault for him getting to the point that he's at, that she has done everything but quit being a VTuber because of it. And he actually faked game overing himself by showing a whole bunch of pills that he bought, and then going completely silent on social media for like 5 days. And she felt so guilty that it was her fault that he might be laying out there, waiting for somebody to find what's left of him, that she stopped streaming. It is the worst. because it was somebody who she really, really trusted and trusted enough to put him in charge of moderation for her channel. Now, luckily, myself and one other person are moderators for her channel. But that being said, I'm an English speaker who's still trying to learn Japanese. I don't know it very well. I basically am able to, most of the time, if unless I don't recognize what is being said, I'm able to identify key words within a sentence, so I know what's being said, or just implied what's being said. But I've spent the last week talking to her about this offline. And I'll be honest, I might lose my little sister. The girl that has been has been my mornings practically almost every single day, where I wake up at 6 in the morning, 6 a.m. just so I can play with her for a few hours or watch her play a game and spend time with her. I said I wouldn't do this for anybody, and I haven't. There's only one other streamer that I wake up early for to do anything or watch, and that's Amu. Which I also kind of treat like a little sister, but on a lot smaller scale. I just enjoy playing mahjong with her, so I mean that's our big thing. But I mean, honestly, I don't do that for anybody else. And after they finish streaming, aside from Kasane, when she's able to stream more towards the weekends, I don't watch VTubers anymore. And it's because they are, I'll be honest, this year has been kind of boring for video games. So, and kind of watching people play video games, it hasn't been a great year for that. But I think it's because they went full gung-ho on all the Resident Evil games last year, that they went through all the content. And then they all went completely all in on Elden Ring. So of course there was hundreds of hours of content there that you could watch. And I think other than watching Noelle play Tears of the Kingdom, so I can kind of compare what she's doing, where she's at, to where Hoshinan was when she was playing, I don't interact with VTubers nearly as much as I used to. And part of that is because of the trauma that I've been through over the last couple of years. In the afternoon, it's because I'm just sick of the cringe. I'll be honest, I'm sick of the cringe. I don't need to, have, 8 hours worth of girls all being gremlins to entertain me. I mean, no. I don't want that. I really enjoyed the see that there's the it seems like everyone has fallen into specific type of archetypes, where you have the gremlin type streamer that is like, this doesn't give a hoot about anything. And then you have your seductive ones that spend the entire stream trying to seduce their audience, or be very suggestive, or just things like that. And then you have your streamers who are trying to be kind of tsundere. They're they flip flop between sun and dere. And that's it. It doesn't seem like there's anything else. But when you look at like the other side of things, especially if you look at like the Japanese VTubers, they seem to have more genres, I guess you would say, of how they act. A lot of them have adopted, of course they've adopted the anime qualities of characters out there, but then you also have ones that are they make a model, or they have a model designed, and then they grow their own identity for that model, and because they grow it organically, they're able to add personality to it. And it's not just like, oh well, I can replace Ame. If I let's take Amelia for example. Oh well, okay, well Amelia isn't on, so let's just go to the next gremlin. Okay, oh look, Bay's on. Okay, so I can go from Ame to Bay, or I can go from Karoni to to Kiara, or I can go from Ina to Mume. Because they're all like literal mirrors of each other. You know what I'm saying? You know what? Me too. Even One Piece has gotten trending on Twitter last time, and I'll be honest, it's been a boring month unless something interesting. Because all you see is Apex, Minecraft, Pokemon. And many last year games. Yeah. And it's been like that because there hasn't been any major hitters that have come out. We at the beginning of the year, we had Resident Evil 4, which everyone embraced and took a hold of and ran with, and you had Tears of the Kingdom. And then it seemed like there was a whole lot of nothing. Nothing that could really stand out and be the next thing. People don't want to watch Honkai Star Rail. You still have like your big streamers that play it, but you can't like make an actual channel of gameplay of it, because it's number one, it's a turn-based game, and then I finished the main storyline on my offline, and there isn't the dungeons and everything aren't nearly as interesting to stream, even though you could I love the game, and I think it's partly because I've been able to get almost everything I want with not dropping close to $1,000 for all my characters, but I digress. That's a completely different subject. I'm still missing 2, but the team I have right now is solid, so it's I got Kefka. I was able to get Kefka without spending any money. So I'm happy there. I got Silverwolf. I only had to drop a little bit of money for the um um uh the normal monthly banner thing, like the monthly pass, season pass type thing. So I mean that was like $10. So I mean, great, And then I got Seal. I got Seal without dropping any money. So I mean, I'm happy. Yeah, I got Mommy Kefka, and I was so mad because I went all the way up to pity on the first roll, the first time through, and and I pulled Specs Welt, so I am now like Constellation 1 Welt. I was so mad because I was like, are you kidding me? But then I went till I think like 27 or something like that, and then Kefka came right after, so it wasn't too bad. And I still have like close to I'm still close to like 10,000 in currency. So I mean, I'm like, I'm happy with that. I'm really happy with that. I still haven't, like I said, I've spent maybe 20. I've spent like $20 on the game, and I've gotten most of the characters, 5-star characters that are on the temporary banner. So, and if Bronya or Himeko drop on the regular banner at some point, hey, I'd be happy. I mean, that would be perfect for me. So, but you can't really stream that and maintain an audience, So what I plan on doing is tonight at 8:00 my time. I think it'll be like 10:00 a.m. For people over in Japan. I'm gonna play the prologue of Alone in the Dark, and that's supposed to be like a couple hours. Mainly because it's summertime. In Japan, you typically play horror games, and that leads into October for us over in America and everything like that. So, I mean, I figure why not? We'll go ahead and play it on Alone in the Dark tonight, the prologue, and then I have, to be honest, I haven't played Amnesia: The Bunker because I haven't found a thumbnail picture that I like for it. I have it downloaded, it's installed, it's ready to go, but I just haven't found a good thumbnail for it. So I'm still looking for that. So I may have to tear through the banners, or not banners, the promo videos for it, and see if I can't find a screenshot for that. But yeah, and then I'll be working with doctors and specialists for the next few months, trying to get my mental health in order. But even they have encouraged me, hey, try to at least do once a week the things that you enjoy or want to do. And even if I have to force myself to do it, if I can at least try to get it into a routine, it's a starting point. I completely forgot about FNAF security. I watched a bunch of people playing it, so I was kind of like, I've watched this so many times, it's not going to be nearly as scary as if I go in blind, you know. But yeah, I mean that's an option as well. Um, you know, and then I downloaded last year during their Black Friday sell off thing. I downloaded because I got it for like 90% off, and I have no idea how good or bad it is. But I don't, because I don't see a lot of people stream it, but I also, I mean, it's gotten very positive reviews on Steam, but I bought that Ghost Exile game as well, and it's supposed to be a more kind of in-depth version of Phasmophobia. So I still haven't played it yet. I booted up to, you know, test the graphic quality and see how well it runs on my PC. But I still haven't actually played it yet. So I mean, there's that. And next week, you know, the official release of HoloCure is coming out as well. So what, you know, hopefully all my save data will import correctly into it, because I have I've put a lot of hours into that game offline, but I've you know, I've gotten like all the girls in HoloCure. I've gotten them up to at least level 20 in all of them. I mean, my highest one, I think, was like level 32, and that was only because I was trying to level 20 everyone in that generation. So I mean, there's that as well. But yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of things that I still want to do. You know, it's just a matter of trying to work through, you know, these things in my head. You know, and I really apologize to, you know, to everybody out there that I know there's been several people that have been pulling for me, you know, and have hung around for what, you know, at least the last year. And I really feel like I've let you guys down by, you know, not being strong enough to fight through all this, you know. And I mean, there's been many times where I've just been so mad at myself for, you know, not being able to fight through, you know, a lot of the things that I've been feeling, you know. And it's been hard, you know. It's been hard over the last couple of years, you know. And I'm not saying that life is easy. I'm not saying other people have it any easier. You know, because I know everyone has problems. Everyone has things that they're going through. But I think that in perspective, a lot of people don't realize that the ones that have made it through, you know, they've made it through with a combination of you know, perseverance, of, you know, having strong character, and also a healthy mind. Whereas myself, I may have two of those traits, but I may not necessarily have everything going on correctly, you know, in my body or in my mind, you know. And, you know, if there's chemical imbalances, if there's enzyme imbalances, if there's things that, you know, internally that aren't functioning correctly, it can make a drastic difference, you know. And you know, it's something I have to deal with a little bit more, because, you know, I mean, I'm out here in public, you know. I'm choosing to stand in front of people, and talk to them, and whether or not they agree or disagree with me is, part of why I'm out here. I'm out here putting out an opinion, and like I've told people since the beginning, I'm not doing this to become famous or become popular. Hell, I've if I was really sincere about trying to become popular, I would have had the drive to do what I was ambitiously trying to do at the beginning of the year. That kind of I've just had to put on hold because of all this other stuff that's going on. And that was to release at least one cover this year. I mean, I had the artwork, I had the song picked out, I had the music, done. I selected, what music software I was going to use to edit with it. I was reading up on how to do the editing and stuff like that. So I mean, but obviously I haven't done it yet, So I mean, it's because it's not. It was something I wanted to try, but it wasn't something that I was trying to do because I want to be famous. And I certainly don't think I have the voice for it to begin with. But even if I did discover that I had the voice for it, I don't know if I want to be in that spotlight. I kind of like being that guy that comes out of nowhere and everyone's like, "Whoa, who's that guy?" And why does he know all this stuff, and why is he I mean, he's talking about things that no one else is talking about. Whoa, wait a minute, let's stop and listen to him. I want to be that guy. I don't want to be like, oh, look, there's another VTuber who's putting out more cover songs, and he's just another male VTuber, and an already weak market to begin with. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to. I don't. It's already a saturated market that doesn't have a lot of potential unless you speak Japanese to begin with. So, and it's sad. Because if you look at the Japanese VTuber market, male VTubers are so much more popular if you're bilingual or if you speak Japanese than the English market. And people in the English market essentially look at English male VTubers and they're like, ugh, I don't want to watch this, and then they move on to the next, they move on and try to find a female, VTuber that they can go harass, and most of those people are the ones that want to go and harass them, and oh man, I've seen some vile comments from people that you try to warn the talent about, and they just completely ignore you. And it's because they know that those people tend to become obsessed with them, and they'll spend as much money or time as they possibly can to support them, and they prefer that over your non decadent fans. So it's like, okay, whatever. Also take care of your sister, your number one priority. Yeah, I have tried my best. She I've explained to her as best as I can with the amount of Japanese that I can I can speak or type out to her. I told her, I said, look, this guy is, if you keep feeding into the attention, if you keep feeding into the negative attention that you're giving him, that he's desperate. He's and I'm not saying that he's a pitiful, desperate human being. I'm not saying that in that sense. I'm saying that the actions are showing that he's desperate, because he feels like he's losing control of you, and that's the whole thing. He sees you as not more than just his number one. You are his entire life. And when he sees that you're friendly with other people, he gets jealous. And I said, haven't you seen his interactions with me? Where he finds an opportunity to try to act have seniority over me or talk down to me. I for your sake and for the sake of the stream itself, of her content, I always play it off as, he's the senior, moderator, or at the time he was the moderator, I was the listener. So I always played it off as, he's like a senpai, and you listen to what your senpai says, and if you have offended him or the streamer or anybody in the audience, I always I apologize. It was not my intention to be disruptive or misunderstand that kind of thing. Very disillusional, very disillusional. And I have a sneaky suspicion that the first time she went on hiatus was because of him too, and I'm also wondering if he was the one that tried to trademark her model. I'm starting to wonder that, as a way of controlling her. And this is just me being, theory crafting, but she abruptly went on hiatus over the wintertime, and she wouldn't explain what was happening. And I DM'd him, because at the time I didn't know she was having trouble with him. And he was like in kind of like a frenzy of, I'm going to lose her, I'm going to lose her, I'm going to lose her, I'm going to lose her. And now I kind of look back at those DMs and I see it in perspective, where it felt like, he had quote unquote lost control over her. Right? But then she had a lot of other time go by, and then she came back. And everything was fine throughout March, April, May, June, July, and then now in August, all of a sudden she goes on hiatus again. And I'm her English moderator now, and so I DM'd her and asked her. I said, "What's going on? Why are you, why?" Because she didn't tell me. And that's when she explained it, that she has an online stalker, and unfortunately that online stalker also happens to be one of her channel moderators that is infatuated with her, and he was essentially making threats against her, and he made it so uncomfortable for her to stream. She did not want to stream. And then he went off and did this entire, I'm going to game over myself, if you don't do what I say type of thing. And then that's when she started talking about wanting to quit, because she was like, I did this. I put him in this situation, you know. And I'm like, his actions are not your fault. You know. And that's one thing that, you know, everyone has to understand, you know, is that us VTubers, we take responsibility. We say that we take full responsibility for incidents that happen on our streams or and with our content because our name is attached to it. Us VTubers, and a lot of people don't realize this as well. Us VTubers are literally tied to our mamas and papas. So anything that happens with us reflects badly on them. All right. Now, here's the point I'm driving home on this, okay? And this is what really like, if people always diss the fact that, you know, oh, I'm a small VTuber, I only talk with other small VTubers, I only interact with small VTubers, I don't know the system, I don't know, you know, the bigger picture and the bigger world of VTubers, so on and so forth. But here's the thing, this is what I do know, because my little sister is in this situation right now. Yeah. Hey, Crispy, Caspi, welcome to the string. Yes, integrity is good. It's very good. Here's the thing, though. Okay, my little sister. If you look at her model and her design, you'll see subtle hints of where her model and where her mama, who her mama is. Okay. And her mama was designing her model and designed her first generation model and her current model, is now doing almost exclusive work for Hololive. All right. I have a sister. Okay, so here's the long and the short of the story. Okay, she's not my sister in like a physical or like offline relational sense. I met Hoshinon through two different other VTubers. One is Ankaro. You might recognize her name if you've come to my channel. I talk about her off and on. She's the hamster VTuber, and Usagi Sensei, which you know, also she knew. You know, all three of them knew each other, right? And both Usagi Sensei and Ankaro, when they had to take their hiatus because of, you know, the bad economy in Japan, I said, who am I going to play with? Who am I going to, you know, I mean, who am I going to spend my mornings with? You know, I mean, you guys were, you know, the main thing that I always, you know, you three were the ones I always woke up early because I wanted to, you know, I wanted to see you and I wanted to listen to you and I wanted to play with you guys. And the other two told me before they left, and unfortunately Usagi Sensei graduated because of everything. But both of them told me, they said take care of Hoshinon because she's going to be alone. You know, we're not going to be here to play with her. You know, they said please take care of her. She you know, she needs somebody to support her. And so, you know, I started attending her streams a lot more, and I started, you know, always tried to talk to her, but she was always very reluctant because, number one, I spoke only English back then, and number two, I didn't hardly know any Japanese to talk to her with, right? And I told her, I said, I'm gonna prove to you, just how serious I am to do what they asked me to do. I said, I am going to start studying Japanese. I'm going to start learning Japanese. And I'm going to start trying to talk to you in Japanese. Because what they asked me is very important. And I did. I did enjoy playing, because back then, I never played Splatoon at all, right? And I said, this is how serious I am. I'm going to buy Splatoon so I can play with you. And I'm going to learn Japanese so I can talk to you. Because, I mean, here, number one, I'm a VTuber. I may not be I'm not in it for the money, but I am a VTuber. And I'm taking this seriously, And I want to be here to support you. And it's not just because they asked me to. It's because not just because they asked me to. It's because I'm genuinely intrigued by how you run your stream. How that the fact that she even bothered to try to interact with me. And she kind of blew it off for several months. And then I slowly started, typing more and more in Japanese to her, talking to her in her streams, playing along, showing up, joining her games, asking questions about, different things, showing general, interest. And, somewhere along the way, somewhere along the way, I made a comment in Japanese that that everyone took the wrong way. All right, because I can never win a match when I'm playing against her, right? Never. I've never won a match when she's on the other team, because she always seems to find where I'm at and kill me, right? And so I will go the entire match and I'll be dead 6 times. She'll splat me 6 times and I'll have 0 kills because she always splats me, right? And so I made the comment in Japanese. I said, I said something to the effect that I just can't wait. I just can't win against you because you kill me. All right. And in Japanese, that's taken as when you say you kill me, it can be taken as a sign, a sign of flirtation from one person to another, as I love you, or it's a sign of endearment. It's like a subtle sign that you kill me. I mean, that's why when guys go nuts over a streamer, they'll throw out the coffin emoji, like they're passing out. They'll throw out the coffin emoji. Thank you, I die forever. That's how the English people know the terminology. But Corona kind of popularized that kind of slang because of that comment, and everyone ran with it. So that's I said that in the chat, and she went, eh, you know, and I made a lot of the other guys, konnichiwa, Ensan, konnichiwa, yashai, welcome to my stream. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it. Everyone took it as I was trying to flirt with her, and so the other players, they eventually they started talking jealous, right? They started talking jealous of me, and and so then she explained to me after the stream that because she got quiet, right? And I asked her, I said, I'm sorry if I said something wrong, and then I didn't talk for the rest of the stream, right? But then she told me after the stream that of what you kill me translates, or what it's interpreted as. I said no, I said I'm not trying to hit on you. I am not trying to hit on you. I don't look at you that way. I don't do as much as I do for you because I'm not in love with you. I do not because that was the other thing. She asked me, she's like, you support me so much, but you don't use my Oshi mark, right? And I eventually added her Oshi mark, but at the time I did not have her Oshi mark on Twitter or anywhere else. And I said, well, because I look at Hoshinon as a little sister. I said, I said, because she asked me, she goes, do you not like, do you not like me? I'm sorry if I'm abrasive, because she was still trying to figure out why I was there supporting her. And I said, Hoshinon, I look at you like a little sister. I really do. We play games together. You invite me to play games with you. We talk about all sorts of different things. I said, have I ever been suggestive towards you? Have I ever been tried to be romantic with you? And she's like, no, you haven't. You've never said anything like that. And I said, exactly. Because number one, I respect you. I respect you enough to not be that way in your content and your streams. And number two, because I enjoy my time with you enough that you are more part of like a family member than a romantic interest. And I can't look at you that way. Unless you want me to look at you that way, then I'd be like, okay, well, I'm gonna have to think about that. But I said we've known each other all this time, and you're definitely not if you were to try to fit her into an archetype, she would not be the best friend for since childhood type of person to me. She would not be the sudden love interest. She would not be the popular girl at school. She wouldn't be any of those things. because quite frankly, she's like a little sister. And I said, hey, look, this is how I feel. This is how I look at you. All right. Um, I'm in this for the long haul because, I made a promise to our friends, to Ankaro and to Usagi Sensei. I said I made a promise that I would be here to support you. And it's not just out of obligation. It's because I genuinely like spending time with you. And if it's okay with you, I would like you to accept that I see you this way. And I said, if you ever feel uncomfortable with, the way the way I feel and the way I treat you, just tell me and it will stop. That's it. And I said, I want you to understand that is the way I perceive you, because number one, if another incident like that happens again, you can simply tell the other listeners, that he doesn't mean it that way. He's like, he treats me like a younger sister. That's what he meant. Or I look at him like an older brother and not as, a romantic interest, And, ever since that day, I mean, that's how I've treated her. And that's how I always, will always treat her, and even if one day she tells me to stop, in my mind, I'm going to, I'm going to look at her as, a younger sister. And she has talked to me and cared about me and treated me so nicely. I mean, when she had her anniversary, and I bought her anniversary goods, I mean, she didn't have to throw in all the stuff. I mean, I bought several of the things in her anniversary set, right? But she threw in like twice as much stuff for free. Not out of obligation, not because I asked for it. It's because she wanted to. And she said, she told me that when it was shipped, she said, I put in a little bonus for you, to thank you for buying my goods, right? And for me, I thought, oh, okay, she's probably, she probably just put in a little thing of chocolate or a little, thank you card or something like that. I wasn't expecting, I mean, she gave me like, a family fun size thing of Kit Kat bars, green leaf Kit Kat bars. She threw in that thing of the other candy. She threw in a lot of different things that I've never had before, I've never tasted before. But then there were also little smaller things that were just, things that are associated with my relationship with her. I mean, in Splatoon 3, you can get the little card packs to play the card game in there, right? And she found one of those and inserted it into one of the goods that I ordered. And I told her, so I'm not opening this because, I mean, I'm always going to be able to look at this and say, I played Splatoon 3 with you, and I really enjoy it. I enjoyed that time, That was one of the things I got to do with you. I mean, the other night, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, the other night, I asked her, I said, I remember last year, during the summertime, she had posted a picture online. She put a picture of a folding fan that she bought, that she was going to use for the summer. And there was a very, very nice design on it. I said, did you buy another one this year? And she's like, well, no, why? And I said, well, I was just wondering because the way you talked about it, it sounded like you collected them or something. And I remembered about that picture and what you said because she sent me a folding fan along with the goods that she sent me, and she's like, oh, I just picked it up somewhere. It's not expensive or collectible or anything. I said, no, I appreciate it though, because it reminds me of you. It reminds me of that moment that you shared with everyone last year. And that's why I'm recalling it now, is because I was able to look at the fan and associate it with you, and it means a lot to me. I said, and she's like, I'll be honest, it's a cheap fan from China. I said, it may be a cheap fan from China, but that cheap fan from China is always going to remind me of you. And that's more important than its value. That's the type of VTuber I am, man. That's the type of person I am. That's the type of person I want to be, and that's the type of fan that I am. I would rather value something like that from a VTuber and from a friend, somebody I meet online, somebody that I've associated and spent time with, that we all spend time with, right? That's if you look at the amount, if you calculate the amount of watch hours you might have with a particular VTuber, you spend a lot of time with them, right? And I get that there are people out there that are parasocial that think, well, I spend 5 hours of my day with them, so I know them, and that's not the case. That is definitely not the case. However, you do spend a certain degree of time with them, and everyone wears it. This is going to be very philosophical, but it's also very true. All right, everyone wears a public mask. You don't show your true self to everyone, anywhere, at any time. Everyone wears, everyone has a front, a presentation, a mask, however you want to, put it. We all have something that we outwardly project because we want people to see that, right? Because we want to protect, what's inside. Not everyone is 100% true-faced to anybody, except for maybe like a significant other. And even then, with the high divorce rate that the world has right now, you find out that even your significant other might be wearing a mask, and you didn't really know the person you married, right? So everyone puts up a front. So, oh no, that's Oshi Okono. Yeah, right. But what I'm saying is that when you spend a certain amount of time of your life doing something over and over and over and over again, and especially if it's your job, that's part of you. It may not be who you are 100% of the time. It may not even be who you are when you leave, when you turn off the mic or turn off the phone or turn off the camera or whatever, right? And we all accept that VTubers are not who they are, or who we perceive them to be 100% of the time when they turn the camera off. That being said, you aren't a McDonald's cashier when you go home. Once you clock out, you're done being the McDonald's cashier. That's the mask, that's the face that you are when you are on the clock. And it's like that with every job. People, even actors, actresses, people in Hollywood. The best example is Dave Chappelle. All right, Dave Chappelle, and he told a story about this once, right? Where Dave Chappelle, and I know people don't like him as much now as they used to, but back in the day when Dave Chappelle became popular, he took a break and he took his kid to Disney. I think it was like Disneyland or Disney World, the one in Florida, right? and he took his kid there, to have some fun and have a day and relax, right? And then of course, he paid for his ticket. He walked through the doors and everything like that. And then all of a sudden, some guy walks up to him, taps him on the shoulder. He goes, "I'm Rick James, bitch." And he's like, "Yo, man, come on. I'm with my kid. I'm off the clock, man. I'm not doing the show right now. I'm not here as a comedian. I'm here as a person." But how does the public perceive him? 90% of the time, they perceive them as the comedian. But see, Dave Chappelle has Dave Chappelle, the comedian, and he's got Dave Chappelle, the father, Dave Chappelle, the man, Dave Chappelle, the lover or husband or whatever he is, if he's married. I don't know if he's married or not married now, whatever. But everyone's like that. Everyone's like that. All right. And we always embody a little piece of who we are, even as a VTuber. We put a little bit of ourselves into that character so we can embrace being that character when we present ourselves, because that's who we are presenting ourselves at. Even when we're offline, there's always a part of that VTuber that's part of us, because that's how the public perceives us. Now, you can fall in love with that perception, and then that parasocial relationship can spiral out of control, and then that's when you get your stalkers, your crazies, your somewhat obsessive compulsive people and all that other stuff. But that's true about anything. You could meet somebody off the street, become friends with them, and then you can be the same way with that person that you've met in real life, because of the person you thought you met when you walked up to them and you start talking to them. Because you start building a profile of that person in your mind. So who you perceive them as, regardless of if it's in real life or a person on the street or a person at school or at work or a VTuber. The only difference is that what's being presented in front of you right now is a 2D model, and it's not it's not a representation of who I actually look like or what I actually look like in real life. That's the only difference. So, yeah, exactly. Now, I say all that to say this. I have met plenty of VTubers like Hoshinon, like like Ankuro, I spent a lot of time talking to Osagi Sensei offline. We worked. I worked with her on her English and speaking English and communication skills to be able to talk to another person in English. I spent time with her manager, doing the same thing. I've spent a lot of time with a lot of people offline, and for me, because I've seen the duality of them, I'm able to coalesce that duality of them together, because I can see just how much of who they really are is embodied in the character that they present. And then I've also been able to differentiate between, the part that they don't want people to see, and how it's masked or hidden but behind the VTuber character. Now, there are very rare exceptions. Do you remember when Dream revealed his face? People gone mad. Yeah. Papa Franku changed into JoJo. See, that's another thing that happened. See, when my little sister got her new model, the design of her character changed. It wasn't just, new clothes, new hair. Um, her hair color changed slightly. Her face and facial features were sculpted a little bit differently. Of course, her clothes were different. Yeah, there were a lot of little subtle changes, and then some dramatic changes where even her hair color, right? And the person that is obsessed with her, her online stalker went nuts. He went mad. He was just completely upset. And he went on a rant about the fact that he doesn't like her new hair color. Her old hair color was better. You didn't have to change your model. Why did you have to change your model? Why didn't you just tell your mama to give you new clothes? He went on a rant. He just tore in her, right? And she tried to explain to him. She said, look, okay, when my mama, who, by the way, her mama also, when Subaru got her new clothes and new design and her overhaul for, out of the this sports trainer look that she had into her current feminine look. That's her mama. That's Hoshinan's mama. Her mama is the same. She shares the same person with her. And the only reason why she got her new design was because her mama wanted to do a new design for her. And she told her, if you don't accept it now, I'm not going to be able to design anything for you for quite a while, because she has it's a non-binding agreement, but she has a business agreement with Hololive, and Hololive requests pretty much take up 100% of her time now, and she's not able to fulfill any personal projects for anybody, because she's also doing a lot of other art for them as well. And she said, so if I want to do one for you, but you gotta take it now. Yeah, it's okay to be demanding, especially if they have a choice, what would you rather, would you like my hair in a ponytail this time, or would you like it, in pigtails? If I change my hair color, what color would you guys like? That kind of thing. But it's when you're handed a Live 2D model that has a value of $8,500 for free, and she did all of her stamps for her channel. It's you know what? You're Oshi, who has a mama of somebody famous, was able to get time with that artist, right? And be able to have the honor of having that design for her model. And I know I've taken an extremely long route to this, but back to one of my original points. What happens and the actions that she takes reflects directly on her mama. And when your mama is as famous as her now and as popular within the VTuber circuit and the industry as her mama is, she's afraid that the stalker's actions and the consequent fallout from those actions could reflect badly on her mama. And if her mama does get, if her name comes out as her mama, and he actually went through with game over and left a note, I did this because of this person, they're gonna look at who that person is and see that her mama is somebody from Hololive. And then that will literally kill her career or kill any chance of her being a VTuber ever again. I get it. Just ask for a default Mo. Yeah. Well, and that's kind of the thing. Like with mine, like mine's I have a mama and papa, right? But mine's I picked mine specifically because it was a general purpose model. I mean, I don't have exclusivity to this model. I mean, if other people used it at some point, I mean, I don't have a binding agreement with the maker that it's mine and mine only, so, but it's also a I specifically chose this model because number one, it was cheap. I mean, I got this model. I literally got this model for like $60. When models back then were going for a minimum of close to three grand, including rigging. And now they're like $8,000. And it's like, I'm fine with this model. I mean, I could tweak it so everything would be more interactive and more responsive and stuff like that. I just haven't had the time to tweak it. But I also know that my mama and papa are not exactly doing this for a living to begin with. Exclusivity. They are they did this they did my model purely as kind of like a hobby, right? They didn't do my model as I want to get into it and make a profit off of it. It was more of a hobby, see if I could do it type of thing. So they were really surprised when someone picked it up, because they put it up there, and of course the color scheme is not as flashy as other models, so most people pass it over. But I saw it and I'm like, hey, you know what? That's kind of what I was looking for to begin with, and it's extremely cheap, and I didn't know if I wanted to keep doing this or not. So I was like, hey, I'm not gonna go out and drop $4,000 on a model and only use it for like a month and say, no, this is not for me. So yeah, exactly. I follow the trends, but I tend to talk about the trends, and especially if there are goods and bads about it, or if it's something that worries me or bothers me, I'll talk about it. And I'm not afraid to talk about other VTubers in my channel. I don't exclusively say you can only talk about me unless I bring up somebody. You know, I specifically make my chat open so we can discuss, whether it be someone from Niji, Hall Live, from any one of those other smaller companies that are out there. Vin Review, V Review, Vizojo. Gosh, I can't remember what the other one is that everyone kind of makes fun of, but if I want to be a drama VTuber, do it correctly when people target you for belief. I try specifically not to be a target for drama. What I try to do is when something happens in the VTuber industry, especially with somebody that I have an interest in, I will take the news and I'll discuss it. But I always try to discuss it rationally and present, I try to present, in one hand, what all the facts actually are. And then in the other hand, I try to differentiate between what those facts are and what I believe is either not being said or, what the fallout is leading to. There's a lot of people and we'll take Hachima's extended leave of absence, for example. Hachima has been gone for quite a long time, and I took her statement and I presented it in front of the audience, and then we talked about what was in the statement, and how it broke down, and then we went back, and then I began trying to explain, and as purest form as possible, what the statement meant. Because she stated there were a lot of things that were happening with Hachima at the time. Number one, she was physically exhausted because of all the activities that she was working on and going through. But number two, she was showing a lot of warning signs of mental stress. Mental stress, frustration, anguish. She had been through a lot of very intense situations over the past couple of years. And public attacks and personal attacks towards her. And I believe a lot of the fallout had a toll on her mentally. And if her situation, it was anything like what Rushia went through, I could see why she would take the, not just the mental break, but also seeking professional help, right? Now, she made the statement specifically that she had been hospitalized up until now, and that she could not talk to anybody until, that most recent statement that she released. Now, a lot of people attacked me because they took what I said as an interpretation of that she got thrown in the loony bin. And I told them, no, that is not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that when you are hospitalized, for any kind of mental condition, they intentionally disconnect you from any outside stimulus so they can work on your mental condition. I know that because I've worked in mental health for over 7 years, right? And they continue to attack me, and they're like, well, you don't know that. And I'm like, okay, But this is what she said. She said that she had been hospitalized up to that point. She could not talk to people until that point, and that she was still in a mentally fragile state. She's not going to come out right out and say, I have this, I'm struggling with this, and I'm fighting this, and that's why I was hospitalized. She's not going to do that because she's a public figure, and she has an image to maintain. But what you can imply from the PR speak was that she had been, hospitalized with the condition. She had been, mentally fragile and in a mentally tough state for quite a while. She was taking medication for it. And it's all there in the statement. It's not a bad thing. And people continue, to this day, people will continue to argue that, if you state, or if you have a mental condition, or you're suffering from mental illness or strain or frustration, people will still to this day, talk down to you because either one, they think that you are lowering the person that they're admiring, because they're a stan of that person, to a lower place on the pedestal. When in fact, that's what they're actually saying. And they're asking you to wait for them because they are working on recovery. It is. Yeah. And I don't flat out tell them that they're wrong. Okay? I tell them how I interpret it. I said, and people's opinions are theirs. It's up to them to change it. It's up to me to change mine. But I always tell them, you need to make a compelling argument, against what and how I'm interpreting this. And if I see it and I'm wrong, I'll admit to it. And I'll also admit that, there have been many people who have come into my chat and they have told me, hey, what you said here is wrong, and they'll point it out. I'll go back and look at it and say, hey, you know what, you're right. I mean, just like 2 days ago, I posted on my community tab how much money Hololive has spent on Hollow Earth, and so when you say numbers in Japanese, they don't, like, if we say like 1 million, they don't say 1 million. They'll say 10 1,000, 10 100,000. That's how it literally translates. So you always have to like take the numbers and then like add to that, one space over. But I added one too many zeros, so it made it look like instead of like 23 million, I accidentally put up 230 million that they had spent on Hollow Earth, and someone made the comment, hey, wow, I didn't think they spent that much on it. And then I went back and I re-looked at the financial report, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I did that. So it's like, hey, I make mistakes, and I corrected it, and I even put on my post that I edited it, for correction and the sales, and the the money spent, in the figures. So add a zero, and I added too many zeros to the number. So I was like, oops. But I mean, it's things like that. I'll own up to those mistakes. I have, my ego is not so fragile that, I can't admit to them. And there's a lot of streamers out there that will not admit to their mistakes. They will find some reason or some way to try to spin it so they were right, even though they were wrong. but they'll still try to, figure out a way to say that they were right at that moment or something. It's like, whatever. But that's how I always try to present anything I talk about. Because I want to be fair. I really want to be fair. I want to be able to give people the opportunity to explain themselves, even if it's not them specifically talking about it. If it's like a written statement or a video that they posted, I would like to give them the opportunity to explain what they're saying, and then give my impression of it, and then allow people to give their impression of it as well. Because say like I give an impression of something in real time, and then someone in my chat gives a different impression of what they're seeing, it allows me the opportunity to say, hey, so you think this way, and this is how you interpreted it. How'd you come to that conclusion? So, that way you can have that discussion about it, rather than me just telling you, you have to believe what I say. Because that's how people want to take it. And it's not a smart approach. People want to be told what to think, or it's it has to be a perception that is told to them that they can agree with, otherwise they dislike it and then they move on. When I try to engage somebody who comes in and they're openly hostile, like we'll take Russia's situation for perfect example. I had a lot of haters come in and say, why are you telling her this? Why are you saying this? You're not supposed to be saying this. You're not supposed to be telling her, try this, making suggestions to do that. You're telling her what to do. You don't run her life. Who gives you the right to run her life? And I got tired of it. And I said, all right, you know what? You obviously have a YouTube account. I'm going to go live right now. And you come over and you talk to me about it. And if you can give me a compelling argument on why you think I shouldn't be saying this type, because I basically told her, I said, look, you're obviously very stressed. You're showing a lot of visual frustration. You're venting. We understand that. We respect that. However, you're showing a lot of emotional and mental stress here. You should really take some time off and just not look at social media. Stop looking at what people are saying about you, because it's doing you more damage than good. You can't argue with the entire internet. At one point she was to the point where I told her, I said, her doctor told her that she needs to go see a psychologist, and everyone was telling her, you don't need to see a psychologist, you just need to do this and do that and take these medications, this will help you calm down. And it's like, no. If you have been a fan of hers for X amount of years, she has clearly shown signs that she is struggling with something severe. You can't just, forget about it and put it off to the side and it'll go away on its own. So I told her, I said, you should listen to your doctor, go get help, find out what they want, how they want to treat you, and then come back. And people just went absolutely nuts on it. I mean, it's still the most downvoted video on my channel, where I tried to explain to them, to everyone, why this is important. And I literally showed like examples of what was happening, what she was saying, what she was doing, and what she had been saying since when she was as Rusia. That this is what, she she's not just struggling with depression. She's struggling with an actual condition that hadn't been treated since before she started working at Hololive. They went absolutely nuts. Then Miki Nico went on hiatus for several months. A year later, look where she's at now. A year later, she is actually able to stream playing a game featuring Sencho, and she's not crying or upset or venting about it. She's happy. She was laughing. She was, imitating Sencho's voice, everything. Last year, she would have still been venting that her opportunities were taken away from her. That Sencho and so many of the other ones from her generation, they are all like taking off into mega stardom, that she lost her only chance, that she's never going to recover in the industry. Look where she's at now. I mean, come on. I mean, that, and it's because she went health, and she hasn't had a major breakdown since then, and she's been fairly consistent in her content creation, whereas before she would always have to take work 3, 4, 5 months, and she suddenly disappear for several months, and then she'd come back and then have to leave again, and it was all explained as, oh, she's just taking a mental break. Well, no, it's because of her condition. Her condition would put her into these lows where she just could not function, and it's because it was untreated. So, the mistake you make is you try to explain people who are really. Yeah, I do that, but there's two reasons for it. Because number one, it's a perfect example of how people have a reaction towards something, and how it can be, how you have a perception that is a purely emotional response to something that's happening, and then you have somebody who's stating the facts. It gives the perfect contrast between two different views, right? And most of the time, I don't try to personalize it. I don't try to personalize it as it's an attack against me, even if they are directly trying to attack me. It also gives an opportunity for people like myself to be able to address the larger issue. That I'm actually kind of happy that I see in a little glimmer of hope that Hololive is actually trying to address. When I was looking at their financial reports here earlier this week, I was going through their various slides and some of the other content that they have on their website. And one of the things that they actually offer now, when they offer for talent to work at Hololive as part of their little sales pitch and the benefits sales pitch, what they have, what they offer the talent for working with them, they are now offering mental and psychological services for their talent, whereas before that was nowhere to be seen. So I'm hoping that with the incidents that have happened here over the last couple of years, with and I've shown a graphic before, there's at least 10, if not more, people both in EN and in JP that have suffered from mental illnesses and conditions because of the stress and what's happening, what happens as a streamer, that Hololive and Covercore are taking better care of their talent, because there are just so many of the talents that privately express that they are mentally burned out, or that they're suffering through things quietly. They're quietly suffering, and it just makes me want to like scream out loud, do something about it. You know, I mean, the like I said a couple days ago. I mean, the latest one is Noelle, and Noelle was trying to explain to her fans, you know, what was going on. I know Choco Sensei, before her, same thing. You know, if you were to look at it a year ago, Covercore was not outwardly displaying any kind of support for these young ladies, as far as mental services or anything like that. You heard nothing, absolutely nothing that they were doing for them. And I'm extremely happy that now they are, displaying an outward effort for it. And there's one last thing. Yes. Yeah, and there's one last thing I see if I can pull it up here real quick. I will. Yago is extremely business savvy, and he's also he and again, I'm not trashing him. I like to pick fights with Yago, even though he never fights back, because he doesn't know I'm picking a fight with him. But I do passively aggressively try to tell Yago, hey, this is a problem. You need to do something about it. But I doubt he ever reads it. But let's see here. Hang on. Let me see if I can get this up on the screen behind me. Let's see. So that one is on. This one is not on. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, I can use that one. Done. Open. Okay, and we'll close you. Because this is also a very good sign of things here. Grab me myself and pull me over to the side. So this is one of the slides from Hololive when they present their annual their quarterly report for the shareholders. And it's published on the Nikki, right? Now, if you notice on the now when if you notice here on the of the three boxes here, the top right one here, you'll notice that there's a number here that says 146, right? Now, this box here represents the amount of incidents and cases that Hololive has addressed over the past since their last report of actions taken against defamation and there are actions of taken against defamation, legal action taken against death threats, legal action taken against infringement rights of infringement and of company content, and legal action against infringement of rights on social media postings, and then legal action against summary sites. So it does, and this is since they are referring to actions that were taken over a period of 1 year from January of 2022 through December 31st of 2022. So that is what they were, things that they were able to address last year. That doesn't include, it's not a summary of January through now. But 146 cases, including legal action and death threats that were placed against talent. The fact that they have to list that there were death threats placed against their talent is quite insane. And you also have to consider that those threats were likely in response to the firing of Russia. And then maybe also that Coco left, since she left in January of that year. But one of the other bigger things as well is that I know that several of the quote unquote summary sites had recently had to do a complete overhaul because and there's like any type of picture or logo that was posted on their website that represented Hololive, excluding video from YouTube or one of those other platforms, that they had to take them all down. They literally had to take them all. They did not have the legal authority to force the site to delete the information that they were sharing. Nor do they have the legal right to prevent them from stating the person's Hololive identity. However, they do have the ability to take any kind of visual reference down. So that's included in that. But of course, the fact that you have like death threats, people that are trying to stalk them, gain their personal information, that kind of thing. It's pretty significant that you have 146 cases that they were able to fight and file, and had legal action taken against them. A lot of people thought that they were just doing absolutely nothing, and they were in fact doing something to try to combat a lot of the stuff that was happening. Let's see here. I believe in people who made a big mistake and find a solution to prevent that from happening again, rather than just following orders. Hollow CN was a big loss, but Hollow EN is the best move ever. And doing collab between JP, EN, and ID, chattest move ever. So I had also made the argument about close to a year ago that there needed to be more interaction between EN and JP, and part of part of the reason why they were having so much trouble was that 90% of the girls could not carry a conversation with somebody in the JP branch. And if you notice on Hololive's job postings for talent, they cannot discriminate, especially when it comes to hiring for the English branch. They cannot discriminate against people who cannot speak Japanese, but you'll notice that it's strongly encouraged that you are bilingual and that you are able to speak on a business level that's how they state it, a business level. Basically, being able to be told this is your contract, this is what's in the contract, and being able to comprehend that in Japanese. Yeah, and then be able to understand when people are talking to you, like when they have meetings, they do their idle meetings and they meet with management and with their, their producers and stuff like that. You have to be able to talk that way. Hey, Beavers, welcome to the stream. Welcome. So, being able to have that kind of communication there, I always argued that you don't see that, and you didn't see that for the longest time. And it was partly because a lot of the Indian girls did not know how to speak Japanese in conversation, and they really struggled with it. Even now, you kind of see that, that Ame still struggles with it, especially when she was trying to collab with Mel and play Apex and stuff like that, and it was like, I mean, I know that Ame is extremely busy, and I don't blame her. I mean, I try to put in as much time as I can to study conversational Japanese. That's why they it's strongly encouraged for people that they hire. And if you notice, the twins that they hired, I mean, they are fluent in both. I mean, they can just fly back and forth on the fly, and that makes them the perfect candidates for the newest ones to be able to come in and then automatically start collabing with a lot of the other girls. And if you follow, if you follow the JP branch, the girls on the JP branch, when they debuted, when the twins debuted, so many of them were going nuts because they're like, oh, they're so cute and they speak Japanese, they speak fluently. Oh, I hope I get to collab with them. I hope I get to work with them. I mean, they absolutely adored the twins, right? And you had that. One of their info is they eat cats. Yeah, I saw that. They love cats and they love to eat cats, apparently. Advent is very solid. I mean, I love the twins, and it's mainly because I followed them before Hololive. I didn't follow the other ones before Hololive. So I don't know who they are. I actually have a couple of clips of when I was able to speak with the Hololive with the twins one-on-one before they got hired. But I can't share those publicly. But they did allow me to record a little bit when I got to talk to them, before they became famous. But I'm not sure about one of them. I haven't been able to actually watch one of her streams on the regular. Two of them, the other two. They're something else, but they're not my taste. But I know I see that people are crazy about them. So I mean, hey, I mean, it takes all types to fulfill the needs of the fandom. So I mean, more power to you. As long as I have the twins and maybe one other one, Advent Group is pretty good, Let's see here. Good to know you're still going crazy. That Niji is having problems, but that's something that they have to deal with. The cover got away from the China audience. They really have tried to kind of pivot away from the China audience, especially with everything that happened with them. I know there's been a large kind of swelling A little bit, and they're a little bit. They're not agitated, but they're a little frustrated. Um, following from the Philippines that really, they really want to have representation from the Philippines, to have, to try to get one Filipino streamer hired in Hall Live, so they can, because they're like, if Hall Live were to test the waters with a Filipino that spoke Filipino, in our audience, and and they could see that it's a success, that they could branch out to the Philippines, because there's a lot of Filipino VTubers out there. It's not as dominant as the English market or the Japanese market, but then there's also a lot of people as well who are trying to make the argument that if they were to branch out, that South America, the Hispanic population, there's a lot of Hispanics, there's a lot of Latinos, there's a lot of people in Brazil that speak Portuguese, that all love VTubers as well. So they're trying to, a lot of fans are trying to make the case that needs to happen as well, right? I personally think that, because when I looked at Niji, and I saw how massive it was with the amount of talent that they had out there. Number one, I looked at Niji and I was like, man, this is extremely disorganized. It's extremely disorganized. There's so many VTubers that they have under contract, but they're so spread out, and there does not seem to be kind of really much organization within Niji. But obviously they're pretty huge, right? But they were also, it seems like their standards were also different, which is why they were able to be huge. And then you had controversy after controversy after controversy out there that happened with them. And then if you notice, and I tried to explain this to somebody who got kind of snippy with me on Twitter. So Niji had a stock split here at the beginning of at the end of June, beginning of July, all right? And typically when you split the stock, and you're basically cutting cutting the value of your stock shares in half, so you have more shares to put out there on the market, for people to buy. Now, when they did that, their stock value didn't change. It actually continued to grow. It actually continued an upward trend. So they didn't lose value when they did their stock split. But last year, you could tell that as soon as controversy, the controversies hit, that their stock took a 90% plunge from their 2022 highs. And Niji or Any Color, they essentially lost almost half their value within a span of 1 year, because there's all the controversy that happened. So you're going to see that Niji, number one, they have been severely trimming down, and I believe they got rid of they cut all of their Indonesian market now. I think all of those streamers are now completely gone. You've had a number of other streamers that have left for various reasons, and those have all disappeared. And that there have been severe talks internally, and as well as what's reflected in their quarterly reports, that they are continuing to reorganize management and the administrative part internally to bring Niji closer together into more of a cohesive unit, and at least attempt to be able to show a better level of professionalism, because between the controversies that have happened over the last year, the people that were hired and then had done various things on social media, and then combined with the amount of defamation that was on social media as a result, and then bulletin boards, what they're finding is that their image is severely tarnished because of lack of guidance and management internally on how to run things. And if you notice that, and attitudes and personalities aside in Hololive, especially Hololive EN, if you notice in Hololive, there has been a growing uniformity between what actions the streamers that are hired with them can take, and also the fact that they seem to at least have boundaries that their management has approved, versus like a year or two ago, like especially when like Coco was there, where it was kind of like I'm gonna do what I want and I'll say I'm sorry later, and if it's something management doesn't like, I'll do it now so I can do it, and then I'll just get in trouble and say sorry, and then everything will be fine. Whereas now it's like they're setting more guidelines and examples of what can be performed and what can be done from their talent. And that's kind of the big difference. They tend, and if you look at again, I'm going to use Rushia as an example. If you look, so every talent, and every talent in Hololive and every talent in Niji, their official accounts, their management has access to all of their all their Twitter accounts, all their social media accounts, whether it be TikTok, Twitter, or X, or whatever it's called now, or anything else like that. They have access to all of them. They have master control over all of them, right? So they can look at anything that's being said in there at any point. But apparently, Rushia's management never bothered to check if she was sending DMs or not. And so, Rushia had sent private DMs on her official account at one point, right? And I'm using this as an example because it seems like now, it seems like now their management team is starting to understand, hey, we need to monitor these better. We need to set guidelines on, how to respond, how to react, what you can and can't say. Here are your boundaries. If this X, Y, and Z happens on social media, and and it gets you upset, try to follow, these guidelines in response to it, instead of just going psycho on them. Those types of things. Whereas Niji, I mean, you had their talent specifically going off and saying, well, I'm not going to use my personal account, but I'm going to use an quote unquote off account that still represents my Niji account to flame this person. So they were literally, still representing Niji, on their own made account, using their public image to flame back at the person, and it's like, no, you can't do that. It doesn't matter. You're still representing Niji, People inflate yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, I believe Miki Nico is being more active, mainly because she was able to get that contract with the voice actor group. So she's able to stream, I think she feels more confident streaming under an agency name versus just solo. Because you notice if she ever did stream on her Miki Nico account, that she would immediately privatize the video right afterwards. But this last one, it's still public. At least last time I looked, it was still public, which is always a good thing, and the other thing I found very fascinating. Let's see here. Let me see if I can, because I know that I was saying it, and a few other people were saying it. Why is my other widget showing up here? There it is. Okay. So the other thing I was gonna bring up is oops, wrong keyboard. I was looking at was it this one? Let's see. I was looking at what they were I'll have to find the page again, but I'll go ahead and start talking about it now. So they have what I found interesting was that not only are they offering a much more balance towards their talent. They are also when you look at what they offer their talent, they now specifically list on their talent that when you're hired by the company, that it's now publicly offered that you can continue any secondary work that is non-related to Hololive, so long as your secondary you as the employee or talent are not representing the company with your secondary work, and that your secondary work remains separate from your Hololive identity. So there has been a lot of talk over the years about people having to quit certain things because of being hired by Hololive. But they now spell it out on their website that that you can continue the work so long as you yourself are as long as you're not representing the company, and that you are. Here you go. And they pull it back up here now. There you go. So this is from their website. that your basic employee information, flexible time. They have adopted a flexible time system of working hours. They say that and depending on what department you're working, like if you're working like administrative or technical, it could flex between these hours. But this also includes streamer time. As because these are basic employee benefits. But then you also have your remote work. But side jobs are allowed, and they are now just they're spilling it out publicly to enable all employees, not just creators, to practice a variety of work styles. We allow employees to take side jobs to the extent that it does not interfere with their work, provided that it leads to improvement of their own skills and growth. And then they do have in-house rules. So, and of course, those in-house rules are spelled out as that you can't represent Hall Live with your secondary work or side jobs unless you are like an illustrator, or if you you're an artist or an illustrator that creates work. You can use it as part of your portfolio, that kind of thing, but you can't like sell Hall Live like art to other people, that kind of thing. And that your secondary work is not you're not representing them, so that's why like several of the Hall Live girls that they have secondary streams that they do that are different VTuber names, and they're able to do that and continue to work Hall Live. Like Noelle's a perfect example. She's one of the more publicly held secrets that she does more than one job. So it's and it's very kind of, it's reassuring. Whoop. Why did the screen? There you go. I can pull that out. They have they actually offer 2 days off now to their staff. So you get 2 full days off. For staff it's Saturday and Sunday, but of course streamers, they tend to stream on Saturday and Sundays. So I'm assuming that's also part of like their flexible plan. That and streamers are not necessarily working an 8-hour work shift either. So I mean, that's, the policy looks good. It looks really good. Unless you never work under agency, you'll never these rules are very solid. You don't see this a lot with agencies, that they tend to play, especially if you're not a creator or talent. You work a lot on merit and by the hour, and you basically work what they feed you, and if you don't constantly find something to say, hey, I can work on this, you don't get paid, or you don't work, employees are entitled, to 3 days off of summer between July and September, which can be taken at any time period for and any number of days. I mean, they were actually given time off during the summer, which is interesting. It is. It really is, because Hall Live, they're one of their bigger times is summertime. Just look at this last summer event, so to speak. They did a they had the entire swimsuit thing, along with a kind of like a scene handoff type thing that they jumped between each channel, Yeah, each girl got 20-30 minutes to be able to to show off and represent themselves and stuff like that. Um, you're just getting off of the festival that ended in March. So you have between March, April, May, June, and then to July. If between April and the beginning of July is typically like their down area. That the quarter is typically down because of lack of content that and they're trying to correct that, or they're trying to find something to kind of fill that void. But then once you get to July, July through September, you get your summer action. People's birthdays are starting to come up. From and if you look at the quarterly reviews from, I believe it's from September forward, it is extremely busy because of everyone. You have so many people that debuted between like September through December and January. And then you have so many birthdays that are within that time frame as well. So staff is obviously gonna, they're gonna need staff on hand to work on this stuff, or they're gonna have to work through the entire summer to develop, software designs, illustrations. Songwriters are gonna, song mixers are gonna have to, be there to make sure that the arrangements, there's just so much stuff. Year end and New Year leave, a lot of the content creators tend to stream because that's their big time. They tend to make a lot of a lot of super chats and stuff like that. So they tend to like all get together and drink like New Year's Eve, and then stream, and then they'll take like the day off after that. And of course, they get time to, for weddings and funerals if they have that stuff for family, maternity leave. They have to, by law, offer maternity leave, child care leave, leave for vaccinations. And this is also interesting as well. They offer a 50,000 yen per month commuting expense. A lot of companies have been starting to try to incentivize, especially in Japan, paying for the commute back and forth because of the expense of having to try to move closer to the Hololive offices. Of course, the further away you live from where they're based, the cheaper it is. I was kind of looking around there, and where their offices are located, are the residential offerings in the area that they have their office in is one of the most expensive in Tokyo. So, offering a commute expense is pretty significant. Insurance company, blah, blah, blah. Office convenience store, placement type, water servers. Installed water servers and put in place healthy meal service so our employees can eat at their preferred. Now that is awesome. They actually offer a cafeteria accommodations when you work in the office, when you work in studio. That is awesome. And of course, PC, they provide PCs for loan, accessories, which that is awesome as well, because we know how a lot of the streamers, they've bought their own rigs because they have their own personalized PC build at home. But being able to have them help you get that stuff as well is good too. Cost of initial periodic health checkups. And yeah, and this is the big one down here that I was really arguing about and arguing for mental health care. This is why what brought the other thing I brought me here. They actually have started publicly acknowledging that they need to offer mental health care to detect early signs of low motivation and improve productivity among employees. We conduct stress checkups for all employees on a regular basis, set up an in-house contact point, and arrange consultations with industry physicians, which is huge. Because if they're not monitoring their the mental health and stress of their employees, I mean, you're gonna have a lot more problems. Uh, you know, um, yeah, it's pretty nice. I mean, company-wide events, because we have employees with diverse functions. We provide opportunities for active communication with colleagues and connections that transcends business and departmental boundaries. In-house club activities, year-end parties, year-end New Year's parties. Yeah, and you you have to realize now Hall Live encompasses let's see here, it was three. They have at least 370 employers now, employees now working for Hall Life, according to their last financial report, which is huge. They have significantly grown over the past several years now. And I'm trying to pull up the graphic here. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Where is that slide? Where is that slide? It's channels. I can't find the slide off top of in the report, but yeah, they've hired a significant amount of. Oh, is this it? Oh yeah, so they've hired. Let's get this. God. Pull you into here. So they've hired. They actually have 455 on staff now, and Q1 increased staff mainly in overseas business, MD product development, which is merchandise product development and sales division, as well as staff related to operations of newly established studio. So if you look at the chart here. Yago and his business partner basically, concepted in 2016 onward. And then if you look at the growth rate of employees here, they went from just the two of them to, bringing Sora and Azuki and everyone else in. And then you have the explosion of staff here from 2019. At the beginning of 2019, only 4 years ago, they had 13 staff. So within 4 years, they went from 13 staff to 455. In 2022, the staff went from 262 staff to the end, which was 392. So they increased staff by over 130 last year. And I believe part of the growth here in 2022 was also software development because of Hollow Earth and staffing up for that. And then if you look at the 2023, it went up to 455. So, but the other interesting thing to note here is that that the increase in overseas business and also it mentions merchandise, product development, and sales division. That also includes the fact that they brought the entirety of logistics and handling of all the Hololive merchandise in house, whereas before the talent had to go out and the talent had to make down payments of their own merchandise out of their own money, out of their own funds, in order to and then get reimbursed by Hololive. And now all that's been brought in house. Merchandise development, it's prepaid for. They make prepaid deposits with manufacturers. They work with production staff that are production groups that are on contract. So which is big, which is huge, And then they also hired a number. They increased the number of managers that they have on staff as well. And so I'm assuming people like Achan and well, I know Nautica recently started, but I know people like Achan. I mean, she's probably like senior manager or in charge of the other managers or what have you. Considering how long she's been with them. Alpha Omega kind of disappeared in the vaporware. I don't know where even if she's even part of Hololive anymore, because she doesn't say anything on social media, but you never hear about her either. So, well, and that's the other thing that I was telling people as well, that you'll see me complain about this a lot on Twitter, but I mean, I kind it really bothers me that it's come to this. So this chart here is sales part, and if you look at the graphics here, right? So the bottom, this dark blue right here represents how much revenue that they're bringing in. This is pure streamer revenue, okay? This dark blue here is pure streamer revenue. That's how much the company pulls in with streamer revenue, all right? And as you can see, it started off at 46%, and it's slowly been decreasing, despite the fact that they've been, increasing the amount of streamers that they've had. That revenue is into the company has continuously been shrinking for Hololive, which is a little odd, right? One of the things that Yago has really been pushing also have been live events, right? And this next little box here, this one here represents the amount of revenue that they pull in from live events. And as you can see, I mean, it's not very substantial as part of their yearly end budget, right? First quarter of this year, that they the is small, but you're only talking about the first quarter, so hopefully that will improve as well. But it's slowly been growing, but live concerts are and live events, they tend to have to spend a lot of money for those live events. So you don't necessarily have the revenue pulling in from live events as you would by hosting them, because that that they may be a draw, but they're not necessarily money makers. Now the third box here, and this is kind of what I was complaining about, but this is the point, right? The third box here, this is total sales, total revenue of sales of merchandise that Hall Life pulls in, has pulled in, for the last 3 years, going into and finishing the first quarter of this year. All right. So as you can see, it's a third. It was a third of their revenue in 2021. And then as of the end of this past quarter, physical quarter, it accounts for 40% of Hall Life's total revenue that they pull in. So again, you'll see me kind of complaining about this, but it's part. This is the reason why, is because they make 40% of their profit of money that they bring in off of merchandise. So merchandise is going to continuously be pushed over and over and over again. Buy more, buy more, buy more, buy more. That's something that Yago has said that they're going to continue to expand upon, which kind of makes me cringe. But I mean, you got to make money, I guess. But I mean, okay, that's why they keep continuing to grow as well. So I mean, if you were to look at like The Simpsons, for example, The Simpsons, theirs would probably be about the same way. You'd make X amount of money off of your shows, and you have, and then you have the merchandise and the video games, and then showing up at live events. I mean, I get it, but it's something that's going to continuously be pushed. That this is a special event. And here's the merchandise to celebrate it, because that's how they are pulling in a huge chunk of their revenue. Now, the other interesting point that of this chart here is the very top one here is the use of their IP to generate revenue through collaborations and contracts with other companies. Now, and if you notice, they went from 7.5 all the way up to 20%. Almost 20% here, and that's because Yago and his crew have been able to sign some of those big contracts with game developers, for use and license of various characters and names, and allow them to be in those games. That includes like the collaborations for advertising events, with the various stores over there. To be able to put their logo and brands on and have them push and sell their product, that kind of thing. That includes they have a collaboration right now with a amusement park where they decorated the entire roller coaster and stuff like that with the Hololive brand. That includes that in there. So they have slowly been expanding and being able to get the use of their brand out there. And then, like you said, that is also why they are pushing and encouraging the various albums that they have been putting out as well, because they have their contract with, I think, Sony, that's for production or producing their their music. So you have a lot of different things going on here that is contributing towards Hololive's revenue stream here. But people always wonder, how much exactly is being made off of, the streaming content. And, if you were to ask them 3 years ago, almost half their revenue was being pulled off of, streaming right here. This is all streaming and online content right here, 46%. But it's slowly been shrinking, while these two up here are growing. And you're probably going to continue to see that happening here for in the next future, at least the immediate future. And it's also kind of why I was a little bit sad in a way that you see so many of the talents having to take more and more time off from streaming, because they have to focus on doing the product placement type of revenue, things for other companies, and recording those types of things. You have to publicity and everything else for your merchandise, and it pulls away from the streaming. So, and then of course they've also been doing TV and other appearances as well. So, they have to be in studio for that as well, so they can't stream. I've heard a couple of the girls, have complained, that they, in a kind of passive aggressive fashion, I really missed streaming. I'm glad that I'm able to get back to it. So, yep, pretty much, yeah, and Yago's in a unique position because, not many CEOs are able to be a face of their own brand. A lot of them tend to, only be, the name in an office type of CEO. And it's, because Yago was able to be, seen in front of people and then become a meme, and then go from kind of a meme to being brand and local and brand recognition of his face and character. That's big. That's very big. And so just being able to put his name and face in front of somebody and immediately be recognized is that alone is sales pitch material, so well, I'm kind of glad that Elon has not done like a Mark Zuckerberg and try to create a metaverse and fail so significantly. And that's kind of my concern and worry about Hollow Earth. Is I'm hoping that this the Hollow Earth investment is not Yago's first failure in front of people, because honestly, I'll be real with you, the amount of money that they've spent on Hollow Earth development is so insignificant compared to what people are expecting from Hollow Earth. It's not enough. I mean, do you realize how much money was spent on um Genshin Impact in order to bring that game to 1.0, and it had less features than what Hollow Earth has. Uh, I mean, they spent. Greetings, welcome from Malaysia. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. It's nice to meet you. I have I have been reviewing the this is kind of an impromptu review of the quarterly report from Hololive. On screen right now is the quarterly report slides that were presented to shareholders from CoverCore for their first quarter, and I was just briefly discussing about how much CoverCore and Hololive are spending on the entire concept of Hollow Earth. And according to this report, and according to the slides that they are presenting to the shareholders, by the time that Hollow Earth is launched next year, which is going to be released fourth quarter of 2024, they're expected total development cost for Hololive Earth is going to be somewhere between $14 million to $16 million. Now, Hollow Earth is supposed to work as a multi-function type setup. You're supposed to be able, they have the basic chat window. They want to be able to host the Proto Live concerts in the same instance or in the same client. And then they also want to be able to host the game portion that includes a sandbox type setup, like what Yago and several of the Hololive girls were displaying with their alpha build on the Hololive channel a couple of months ago. The thing that concerns me is that they are attempting to have all this functionality within a singular game client or a client itself for just under $14 million. And what concerns me is the amount of content that people are expecting versus what is actually going to be presented. Because if you make real life comparisons, Hollow Earth has only spent about 10% of what MiHoYo spent on Genshin Impact or Honkai Star Rail. Because it took $200 million to get Genshin Impact launched and into a 1.0 state. The final product that was put out there. And that didn't include at the time, that didn't include the sandbox builder that they ended up building later, or including later, which when you're trying to maintain a games as a service or online service like that, for them it takes $100 million a year to continuously develop for that game, according to their CEO. Now they pull in way more than that. I mean, they pull in 10 times the amount that they are spending on development. But that's all because of microtransactions, right? And the concern that I'm having is that the cost to maintain and run the services that they are planning or trying to include into Hollow Earth, they are either going to have to heavily monetize it with microtransactions to encourage people to buy things, which they already are. If you look in the Hollow Earth client right now, and it's not even, it's in the client itself. The chat room portion is an open beta for the chat room version, all right? But the game itself right now still hasn't, as far as I know, hasn't entered closed beta yet. It's still in a alpha state, right? But if you go into the chat portion of Hollow Earth right now, it's already being monetized with you could spend up to $40 for sticker emojis of each girl. Okay. Now, the other concern that I have is that for the amount of money that's going to take to maintain and support the system, which right now does not accommodate the amount of people that are trying to use it, they may end up pay gating the performances at some point. They're already kind of experimenting with that with the VOD version, which is pay gated after a certain day, and then you have to pay like $40 to be able to continue to watch or see the VOD or see the VOD later. It may actually be get to that point where you have to buy a virtual ticket in order to see the concert that is being performed in the game, because of either server capacity or because of monetization. And a lot of people don't like hearing that because, you know, they're expecting one thing, but they're gonna get they might get something else, you know, and it's gonna involve monetization, right? You know, and the other thing is that if you're gonna have a game portion of Hollow Earth, especially if it's gonna go along with the entire mythos of what they're currently building with like the online manga and everything else, that all has to be transitioned and programmed into game content. And if you try to be as in depth in game content on a 3D scale like this, it takes millions of dollars just to have the upkeep and continuous programming to put that in there, right? So you're basically having to create content, half a year to a year ahead of time in order for it to be ready for closed beta launches, subsequent patches, testing, debugging, so on and so forth. And with them only spending, the 14 to 16 million dollars for this initial launch, it makes me nervous because I don't want this to fail. Okay, this is the thing. I don't want it to fail. However, I see a lot of warning signs that it might be underproduced unless for some reason the funding that they're reporting does not accurately reflect the funding being put into it because of some agreement that maybe they signed before they went public. Now, you got to remember that Hollow Earth was announced before the company went public. So, before the company offered public stock into their company, they were still a private company. Maybe check out events and concerts, see how much cover has made. Well, And I'll scroll back here real quick. Hey, the cool, welcome to the stream. Welcome. We are currently reviewing the quarterly financial report from Hololive here, and I'm just kind of talking about some of the slides that were part of the report here. Now I don't know the exact. I would have to reread all the slides. I'm not sure which slide exactly has the exact figure, but this slide here is very relevant to what Beavers just said, because events and concerts is essentially where's my cursor? There it is. There it is. So this is street. Okay, and this is a quick recap for the people that just came in. On this slide here shows the breakdown of every of the revenue streams for Hololive per year. Okay, and it breaks it down into streamer, revenue pulled in from streaming, live events, merchandise, and then using their IP brand in order to make collaborations and contracts with other companies. All right. So in 2021, streaming revenue accounted for 46% of all company revenue. All right. 2022, it shrank to 38. 2023 shrank to 31, and then first quarter of this year. Physical year, mind you, this is physical year, and their physical year starts in April. So April, May, June, July. It accounted for 32% of company profit, or revenue, rather. Now, to answer your question, Beavers, their live event concerts and live event revenue only accounted for 7.3% of company revenue for the last quarter, and it's only accounted for between 14 to 16.8% of company revenue. So bringing in revenue from live events does not account for much of what the actual company profits are, and that's partly because of all the cost of doing live events. Live events, you have to get the venue, you have to bring in all the equipment, you have to equipment assembly, you have to contract with vendors, create the creation of merchandise, staffing, management of the venue. The logistics of everything, being able to tie everything together for the performances, paying for the talent to actually perform on stage, that kind of thing. All that stuff eats away at the revenue. And by the way, this 7.3% also represents the one of the few times where in the last 3.5 years that all the talents managed to perform during that quarter in the live in live events. Throughout the last several years, there's been a lot of talent that started the year that didn't end the year with Hololive, or they were out for various reasons, and this last quarter has been the only time that all of them have been able to perform. Most of their revenue now is accounted for through merchandise. 40% of all their revenue is merchandise sales, which is again very huge. It accounts for 4/10 of their revenue over the past year and a quarter, and then a third of it is from streaming and online content. So that if you want to know where the bulk of their money comes from, it's those two right there. End up like Raid Shadow Legends. I hope not. I really again games that are monetized in this fashion. I mean, research has shown that what was it? So like Genshin Impact, when they launched, when they initially launched that first year, and they were smashing records and stuff like that. Research showed that Genshin Impact, and MiHoYo only needed to get players to spend on average $20 a year for it to maintain, in order for it to pay and for itself. Anything above $20 was profit, and so I would assume that this is going to be kind of the similar thing where you're going to get your stands that are diehard, Hololive, can't do any wrong type thing, and whatever it is. I mean, there's already people that have paid for those stickers in chat, and there's absolutely nothing to use those stickers for right now. They had the one Proto Live event that was only serving each lobby could only sustain between 100 and 150 connections for the actual Pro Live concert, according to people I've talked to, anyways. And so I mean, buying $40 worth of stickers that only display in that one chat box for a singular concert, and then you're never gonna not use it again until maybe 4 months down the line. That's a little expensive. You know what I'm saying? So and there's already tons of other monetizations within Hollow Earth itself, so it just makes me nervous. It makes me nervous that the number is so small in development. Now, the positive thing is the amount of staff Hololive has hired over the past 2 years. That according to the reports here, they have hired a significant amount of staff that over the past few years here. I believe it's back up here, where and it's not just new new streamers that are in this count. It's I think this is the beginning. Yeah, that's the beginning. They've hired. Where is it? No, not that one. Not that one. Did I pass it? Did I pass it? Did I pass it? Did I pass it? Was it in the appendix? Yeah, it was in the appendix. I mean, if you look at the chart here, I mean, 2016. There was this Yago and one of his business partners, right? Now they announced Hollow Earth in 2021. All right, so they had the concept Hollow Earth in 2021, and according to their financial report here, they spent approximately 19 million yen on concept of Hollow Earth in 2021. All right, so we know that it started development in concept in 2021. All right, now assuming that you take the first quarter of 2021 here, when they only had 132 employees total in Hololive, And then you compare it to the most recent number now, which is 455. Now, again, this does not include just software developers. Okay, this includes everything from admins to administrative staff to hiring managers, technical support, logistics support. This includes them moving logistics and shipment and management of all their merchandise in-house. That this number includes that. But when you look at the numbers, that the significance of this growth here is largely in part because of the amount of technical support and staffing that they have to have in order to maintain the amount of and level of performance that they currently have. Umberto, welcome. Yes, Shy. Well, I'm actually streaming longer than I thought I was going to stream, so welcome. Because I have another stream starting at 8, in 7 hours, so, it's like, okay, well, I'll keep talking. But, they are, they have grown so significantly. I mean, you have 344 some odd staff members that have been hired in the last 2 years and 1 quarter, or 2 quarters. So, that's not an insignificant number of staff to hire for your team. If you look at their job listings and job openings, of course, you have your illustrators, you have your animators and everything else that also have to be hired for all these other things. And this number may or may not account for artists and illustrators that are like, in loose terms, may be contracted. Such as like Mel's mother, Mama, that created her VTuber model. She technically, she has a contract with Hololive, but she's not exclusive to Hololive. I think it's like a partial exclusivity. I was talking about this earlier, where my Imoto, Hoshinan. I mean, her mama is one of the artists that designed Subaru's current look, and she's her mama, and Hoshinan just happened to be happened to meet her and have her design her first generation and current generation VTuber model before Hololive discovered her, and she became famous and now is exclusive to cover and designing stuff for them. So that number may or may not include those people, but still you have 300 and 300 some odd people that are hired for your company within the span of a year. That typically means that if you look at like software development, that your developers for software development for like video games, they typically stock up and staff up on technical personnel, designers, coders, programmers, everything else, before or during that initial development phase, so they have enough staff on board. So the other thing that I've been trying to figure out, and I haven't been very successful in it, but if we look at what Hololive is doing, what they are currently using, and then also compare it to like or similar products that are out there on in the open, they are likely utilizing the Unity engine in order to develop the game. Unity is used for Live 2D. It's likely a licensed product in a licensed engine that they're using internally for their own purposes for the company. For 3D animation of their characters, 3D animation for the VTuber models, so on and so forth. So it wouldn't be a far reach to say that they're using Unity. Now, like, if again, I'm going to reference Genshin Impact as well, but also the other game that's similar to that gosh, I can't remember that other game that's just like Genshin, but it's like more sci-fi. Not Honkai, but the other I can't remember what the company name is, but all of them are based off of the Unity engine. They use Unity as a base, and then they include their own coding in it. So it's very possible that that's what they're going to use, since they're familiar with it, and that and that's what they're already using in house. So, if that's the case, I would venture to guess that it would be a very it would be, I mean, it's a powerful engine. There aren't a lot of games out there that exclusively use Unity for 3D gaming on the level that they are trying to achieve. But when you look at what they have done so far, everything that they have done in Hollow Earth up to this point have all basically been live demos that they have given us to play around with. Right now everyone's running around as that little triangle, that cover core triangle. They haven't given us any indication that the character creation is going to be a thing anymore. Especially after they introduced that main character type person a couple of months ago. So I don't know, and I haven't seen anywhere where they say that they're still going to allow us to create our own avatar. Which is kind of a bummer in a way, but it's like, okay. But the positive side is that there are examples of companies using Unity out there that have been successful into creating their own product, and that they're not all stock characters or stock backgrounds. The terrain that they have shown in the open or the alpha phases that they've shown so far is very bland and generic, but I'm hoping that they have enough, or they have a talented script writer for the game portion of it, because your game is not going to be successful unless you have enough of a theme to carry the person through a plot. A lot of games are just like, okay, go kill this, bring back 5 of this. Go kill this, bring 5 of this. Okay, now you're fighting a big bad guy because we say we are. If there's not plots in place, I know that they've already been trying to establish the lore with the manga, but the problem that I have with it is that they don't really, unless you read the manga itself and you're invested in the manga, you don't really know what's going on. So you really need to have your talent encourage the lore that is being given to them, either by character, when they debuted, or by talking about it in their streams. Because right now, I mean, it feels weird. It feels weird that, I mean, my biggest complaint about Hololive right now is that every girl, every talent, every generation has been introduced with lore, but then the lore doesn't matter after 3 months. And it's like, what happened to the lore? Why aren't you like expanding on the lore? Why don't you, why aren't you encouraging your lore? I mean, Coroni only mentions that she's the the goddess of time, when it's convenient for her. Other than that, it's like, you're just like a regular person to me. You're a regular girl to me. Same thing with like Mori. I love Mori to death. I really, well, and that's fine. But at the same time, if you're not encouraging the lore of your character, what growth are you gonna have? You're only gonna have growth as a gamer, as a singer. If you look at JP, for an example, and I'm gonna use the extremist of examples out there. If you look at Hojo Marin, she's a sexy pirate. She pushes her sexy pirate persona to the limit. Her songs exemplify, the pirate theme. Yeah, you look at like, she treats her fans not just as horny sailors, just like the horny captain, that are love struck and chasing after her, but she treats her her fans as people that are part of her crew. She treats them like a crew. She admonishes her crew when she needs to admonish them. She praises them when she needs to praise them. She's embarrassed when she's in front of them when she needs to be embarrassed. There's always an aspect of her presentation that exemplifies what her character is. All right. Same thing with same thing with Coroni. Coroni, she's a dog. She's a dog girl. She's also a deity. She always seems to, even though she's a gamer girl, she always brings her character back around into feeding into the character itself, and that's why everyone always praises her, and treats her like a dog. They treat her like a dog because that she's able to push that character trait. So that's kind of what the entire point of it too, is that so you can have that character trait to build upon. But if you take someone like that you're the apprentice of the Grim Reaper, and then you drop her on Earth, and okay, well, she went on hiatus from being the Grim Reaper's apprentice, but you're gonna sit here and sing about death and being the Reaper, or this and that. Okay, you kept in character, right? But then you start pulling away from that, and then you've kind of transitioned into just I'm a rapper gangster type girl. I'm a gangsta girl, rapper. And then and I'm the Grim Reaper, and then you have stripped away all of everything that represented her being a Reaper, with character design, character build, costume, everything else, and then now she's just wearing nothing but street clothes. Yeah, it may not be like exactly sellable if you like you're trying like, hey, look, my character, my avatar now has a hoodie, and you can buy this hoodie too. Yeah, you may not be able to push merch like that, but at the same time, it's like you kind of lose, what she was, and where she came from, and it's no longer really represented. It's just kind of mentioned in passing, it, and that's what really kind of bummed me out with, like, when Hollow Myth, or when the console was introduced with Hollow Myth, because they all get along great, and they all seem to have some really great camaraderie. But I was just really, 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 really hoping for like them to like tell them, okay, look, for the first year, you have Hollow Myth, they're established, and they represent various aspects of different mythos and stuff like that. Okay, so now we're gonna bring in the celestial and cosmic type of deities. And when you interact with each other, have a little bit of friction there. Have a little bit of like of competitiveness. Oh, console's better than myth, and myth is better than console. And this is going to be a battle for the ages between myth and console. I mean, that's what I was kind of hoping. Like when Hollow X showed up, it's like Hollow X dropped out of nowhere. It was like sudden debut drop, boom. Okay, we're Hollow X and we're here taking over Hololive. I couldn't help but think of like when like D-Generation X and wrestling showed up, and we're D-Generation X and we're here to take over the WWE, or like the whole NWO thing in wrestling, where you just like, yeah, we're here, we're taking over now, we're the best, mic drop, if you don't like it, come at me, and then you just have that little bit of competitiveness. It's like the competitiveness that comes out when they're doing like Mario Kart, racing, or like when they did the whole Super Mario creation thing, I mean, you had some people that were like really into it, and they're like, no, we're not just gonna play, we're gonna win, we're gonna crush the comp. I mean, you take like you have like Picora, who is like, we're gonna just blow everyone up, okay? When we compete against them, okay, we're just blowing them up, and like, there's no bombs in the game. It's like, it doesn't matter. We're still gonna blow them up, and then we're gonna win. I mean, that's kind of the competitiveness that she had. And then you have the people like, oh yeah, I know I suck. I know okay. Like Mori. Like Mori is like, yeah, I know I suck. I know I'm always gonna end up last. I always end up last in this game. I don't even know why I play it. You have your casuals like her. But you still have people. I mean, there's still that level of competitiveness, right? But it just worked out perfect with their whole lore and mythos, that their whole background. So I mean, it's obviously being teased a lot, and like a lot of the animated like little segment drops that Hololive has produced from time to time, where it looks like there's going to be like some kind of epic battle that comes up between them. I mean, even with this most recent debut, I mean, it really looked like like Hollow Myth was like, they were having some kind of like epic thing that was happening between Advent, with Advent escaping, and it looked like all this other stuff that was happening when they were before their debut. It's like, can we get a little bit more of that? You know what I'm saying? I think it would do a lot of good for the brand, because I mean, it would, if anything, it would show that that these ladies can't just, they're not just singers, they're not just streamers, they're not just, they're not just, live to the VTuber avatars. I mean, you could almost turn it into an animated series that could be syndicated on TV. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it could be like Inuyasha, for crying out loud, where like or even Dragon Ball Z, where you introduce characters, they're originally foes, they're fighting against each other, and then they eventually become allies. I mean, it would be very possible. And it'd probably be very profitable too, with the amount of success that they have clearly shown with everything that they presented in their in their quarterly reports. I mean, it's that there is no trend dip in the last 3 years. Well, in the last 5 years, there's absolutely no trend dip. I think this is probably one of the few dips that you see here, and that's because this is only one quarter. And if you look at historically, first quarter is always the weakest in every year, but then it always trends up. So, but that's just my theory. I mean, that's just that's just what I think. It's I'm not a business person. I'm not here to give financial advice, but I will say this: I was extremely disappointed that I could not invest in the company when they went public. Because I tried every international broker that I could possibly get my hands on contact, and every one of them said that the offering is not available because they're too new of a company. I was like, oh, come on. Let me get in on this. I mean, their stock has doubled, and it hasn't even been a year yet. And I'm like, come on. So, I believe they put it on. Well, I know that they put it on hold. I don't know if they've completed it yet. I know it was on hold at one point, but I also know that they were looking for new illustrators to complete it, because they were down illustrators in their on their staffing, but that's a good question. Whoop. Hello. Let's see here. Loading. Let's see here. As of as of 6/23, this is the Hololive alternative management team. The web manga Underworld Academy Overload serialized in line manga has in Japan has been released on World Archive. So they did release an updated thing on 6/2, so that was last month. I don't know if it's finished yet. So it looks like they have The last, the last entry is Underworld Academy Overload, and that was on 6/2, so that was June 2nd. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I haven't looked at that one yet either. And then there was Yamato Fantasia that was before that. No manga might mean no anime. Well, I know that they have done a lot of that. What you call it? Those little, they're little teasers, along the way. I don't know if they're really experimenting with that or not. I think one of the things they're also looking at, in my opinion, is if they get enough interest with those one-offs that they do, it may just be like a balance between whether or not they are able to monetize it or not, to make it profitable, that have the animators on staff to do it. But I mean, if you look at it realistically, a lot of animation like that, especially if they're syndicated or placed on any kind of major platform, a lot of that animation gets outsourced to, I think it was like Korea, and then they animate it, then they send it back. So yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate. I would really like to see them take a stab at really getting these ladies like into character. Yeah, because I think all of them would be great at it. All of them would. If you listen to Mel, especially Mel, Mel is. I mean, she's been working on it for years. By the way, she is absolutely passionate about voice acting. Before she started work, was with Hololive. She had her own channel that where she she basically did dramatizations and voice acting with other people, and the entirety of the stream would be would be an audio drama of her voice acting, and she was really good at it. She was really good at it, and she had a few other voice actresses that work in the that do voice acting for anime. She had a couple of them on with her in these dramatizations, so she apparently at least knew them, if not had a professional relationship with them. And of course we know that Marine, she loves being in character. I honestly wonder if sometimes she's just like that the entire time. It's like she doesn't have an off switch, she's just always like that. But I mean, it would be I mean, you could hit so many genres of anime with Hololive. You could hit your slice of life anime. You could hit your adventure anime, your fantasy anime. I mean, you could hit so many different genres with it. You could literally spin off entire segments of Hololive into specific genres, and have like you could have a Hololive extended universe of anime I mean, just like the MCU. I mean, you could have a whole life extended, extended universe where they are literally like, they're doing their thing for like their spin-off, and then like you bring them together for like a web, like a movie, quote unquote movie type thing, a 90-minute full feature where like those universes like come together, and they interact with each other, and then you could have crossovers between them. I mean, you could literally, if you looked at it, and I know that it would take an insane number. You would need a lot of, animators for it and everything else, but I mean, you could literally have like them doing an entire extended universe of Okayu and Kuroni, doing have their own anime, and then they have a crossover where they run across Ame, who has jumped back from time, and she's trying to solve a case, which brings them, and then she takes them and then they jump back through time where they run into Marine sailing around, and she has like the key component to what Ami's looking for, I mean, and then they go back to their own universes, and then Ami suddenly finds out she has to solve a case in Atlantis, so she meets Gura. I mean, you could do so many different things with it, where you could put the main character in their lore, and it would be fun. People would love it. They would eat it up. That's why I always bring back to that point. It's like you got to get the girls to really like spend some time. They've established their lore. There needs to be some way where, I mean, I remember like when Gura first started, I remember her playing that shark attack game, that man shark killing, that game where you're a shark and you're basically killing people all the time. You're swimming around, whatever. Like, I mean, she could do like Shark Week, where she basically like, if there's enough shark games out there or something like that, or you basically do Shark Week, I mean, I know that Maury's played them in the past, but I mean, Maury could do like an entire like week, a week of death. This is gonna be a week of the Reaper, and play nothing but games that are like purely like Reaper type thing, and get in character, that kind of thing. I mean, there's a lot of things you could do. I mean, yeah, fans make fan games. I mean, there's lots of fan games. Look at HoloCure. HoloCure is about to make a big release that's finally going to come out on Steam. You have the Idol Fighters. You have there's a game. There's that Iris game. That of Hope. There's lots of fan creativities out there that take a part of their mythos or lore, or what's become a meme or whatever, and they've run with it. But I just kind of I really wish that that either the girls or management or both would look at that and say, and capitalize on it and say, I mean, we got something here. We need to run with it. You know what I'm saying? Traumatized by the shark game. Oh no! I don't remember. I remember her playing it, but I didn't watch the stream till the end, so I don't know what happened. It would be nice, I mean, like, when I play like HoloCure and and the and the Ame mini boss at 10 minutes comes out, I always think back to all the times where I Ame has said, uh, you know, you want a little bit of ground pound, I love the ground pound, and all those other things, ground pound is my thing, all those times where she's said stuff like that, I mean, I see that boss come out, and like that's what I remember of Ame, if nothing else. I don't, I know I remember. I remember Ame, ground pound, and that the fact that when she plays first person shooters, she gets really salty. That's that, it's it's like I hear like Mel gets really when they played Valorant, when they all played Valorant together, and Mel kept dying, like she has like the same kind of rage that Ami has, where she like beats her desk, and I just can't help but like every time I watch one of the girls play like Valorant or Apex or something like that, I just can't help but like have a montage of every single one of them raging and hitting their desk when they are playing, because it's like it's like a running thing of okay, who's gonna break their desk more? Who has the better reinforced desk? I bet that if you looked at all those girls in Hall Life, I mean, they could literally like go out to like a computer desk maker and say, hey, make me the strongest, most impact resistant desk you can make, and if I can prove that I can't break it on stream, we got something you can sell right here, and I'll push your product. You can product placement your desk on my stream. As long as I can't break it, I will promote it. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah. Well, they're gonna bring it back. They are gonna bring it back. Yeah. Fuamoko is gonna bring back a lot of things. They're gonna bring it. They're gonna bring a lot back. I want to see I want to see Fuamoko play Phasmophobia with Fubuki and Mio. and maybe Botan. I want to see that. I want to see that because I just know, or even Kuroni, because I just if Fuamoko plays Phasmophobia with Kuroni and like Mio and maybe like Fubuki, that would be an epic stream, because I swear you're gonna have Mio and Fuamoko being so chicken, and they're gonna be like screaming at every single little thing, and you're gonna have Kuroni sitting here like intentionally closing doors behind them and just laughing her brain off, and then of course you have Fubuki, and Fubuki is like like pro at it, right? But she is so nonchalantly plays pranks on everybody. You're gonna have them screaming their brains out for like 2 straight hours. No, Fubuki loves to play pranks on the other girls though when she's playing with them. So she would play like the straight man out of the entire thing, right? And she'd be like walking in and she'd try to act all professional, and they'd walk in behind her and they'd start looking around, and then Fubuki will like silently just like sneak out and close every single door behind them, and then she'll walk back to the truck and then wait for them to freak out. I mean, she did that all the time with Mio, and Mio hated it. I mean, she was constantly screaming at her. Have you ever watched? So, has anybody in chat ever watched Fuamoko play Phasmo before Hololive? Anybody? Has anybody seen them besides me? Okay, I'm judging by the silence that no one has. All right. So Fuamoko before Hololive, they would play occasionally. They would play with other people, and then a lot of times, they played visual novels, but they played quite a bit of Phasmo on their channel before Hololive, and they would occasionally do collaborations with other people, but they also had several streams where they played solo, and almost every single time they when they played solo, they literally spent an hour on one house, and they spent like 50 minutes of that standing on the porch because they were too scared. They would what they do is they'll take like a piece of equipment, right, and then they'll walk maybe 10 steps in the house, and then they'd start freaking out because they'd hear something, and so they'd throw the equipment, and then they run back out, and then they'll go back to the van, and then they'll okay, well, nothing's happening, so they'll grab something else, and then they'll walk back in, and then they'll try to set up the camera, right? But they'll hear something else, so they'll throw the camera on the floor without turning it on, and so now they have to go try to find the camera that they threw. I mean, there is this I mean, it's so crazy, and they get scared of almost every single noise. I played before I got a chance to play with Fuamoko. And yeah, because this was a public stream, right? Yeah. So I got a chance to play with them on voice communication, and so I got to talk to them while we were playing, and I got to play one game with them. They did a fan a listener participation, and this was the month before they left their prior agency. No, this was the month that they left their private agency. Yeah. So anyways, I got to play one game with them. And yeah, I got to play one game with him, and it was really fun. So we started when we started the game, Fuamoko was basically okay guys, so I'm gonna go in there with you, but I'm going to be the first one to go back to the truck, okay? And we were like, okay, that's fine, So we all walked in, and I told her, I said, all right, look, I got the thermometer, and I'm just gonna walk with you, while you set up, all right? Once we find where we need to set up, I'll walk with you to set up. I'll walk you back out to the door. That way you're not alone. And and she's like, okay, and so we walked into the house, and the entire time she was like, she's like, Marko, you're not gonna leave me, right? You're not gonna leave me behind, right? Where, Marko, you know, and she started freaking out. I'm like, I'm right next to you. And she's like, can you please walk in front of me so I know you're not leaving me behind? So I, walked in front of her. I'm like, just tell me where to go, you know? And so, like, we walked in, right? And we, like, walked in. We started walking down into the basement. We got halfway down into the basement, okay? And, of course, you know that those stairs creak when you walk on them. So we started walking down there, hit the first stair that started creaking, and she screamed. She threw her stuff, and she ran back out. So she screamed and ran back out, and everyone was like, "Where is it? Where'd you go?" She's like, "We were going downstairs, and I heard something, and that's scary." I'm like, guys, false alarm. It was just the stairs. We were walking down the stairs, and she heard the stairs. There's nothing down here yet. We haven't even gotten down the stairs yet. And she's like, so she kind of came back in, and she found the equipment that she brought with us and stuff like that. We walked and we walked down to the basement. Nothing in the basement. We walked back up, found out that it was in the kitchen. Right? Okay. So we set up in the kitchen. Walk out. All right. We walk back out. And we had everything set up. Couldn't see anything. Right? So we're like, okay, there's no orbs. There's no dots. Okay. So we're gonna have to go in there and try to get them to talk to us. Right? And so she's like, okay, I'm tough. I'm not scared. I'm gonna go in and do it. Right? So she grabs the box, right? And she walks in there, and like she gets halfway to the kitchen, and like the lights flicker, right? And so she throws the box, and then she screams, and she's running back out, right? And we're like, did you hear something? Did you? She goes, no, the lights flickered off. I don't want to be in the house by myself when the lights go out because I'm going to get killed. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, she's just like yelling nonsensical, right? So I go in there. I go, all right, fine. I'll go in there. Where'd you drop it? All right. Where'd you drop the box? She goes, I dropped it in the hallway, so I went and picked up the box. So I'm sitting there. And I'm asking, the ghost, are you here? What's your name? Give me a sign, stuff like that. But there's a couple other people in the house with me that are trying to get EMF reads and stuff like that. So finally, I was like, guys, okay, I need you guys to like turn off the lights and leave because maybe it's that type of ghost that is shy and you have to be alone, right? So I'm in the house alone with the lights off and everything like that. They're watching me on camera. I'm sitting there, and I'm like, I hear nothing. I'm standing there for like 5 minutes, like just like trying to get the ghost to respond to me, and everyone's like debating what kind of ghost it is, right? And all of a sudden, I get this old, in the box, and I'm like. I heard a voice. They're in the truck, right? They're in the truck, and they are screaming because I'm screaming that I heard a voice, and they're freaking out. And I'm like, you're not even in the house, and they're panicking. So I fly out of the house, and I'm like, okay, so. Do we know what kind of ghost it is, and stuff like that? And we were like missing like one last thing. I can't remember what it was. Oh, we were trying to finish the checklist, right? We were trying to finish the checklist on there to get all the bonuses. And the last bonus was that they needed the ghost to blow out the candle. And one of them found the Ouija board. And they wanted to set up the Ouija board to try to get it to blow out the candle. I don't know why they made this so difficult, but they wanted to do it that way, right? And so, like, I took a glance over to the side panel, and the side panel showed that that Fuamoko, their character had 0 sanity left. And I was like, well, that's appropriate. So I'm like, no. You can't go in there because you know what? If you go in there and you use the Ouija board, it's going to go into hunt mode and you're going to die. Plain and simple. You can't go in there. Right. And like, I looked at everyone else. Everyone else was low. Right. And I still had like 55% of my sanity left. So like, okay, fine. I don't know how to use it. Well, I'll go in there. I'll set up the the candle, and I'll set up the Ouija board, and we'll try to get it to use the Ouija board. All right. And she's like, no, wait. I'm the only one that's streaming, so we gotta get it on camera. We gotta get it on, we gotta get it so everyone else can see too. All right. And I'm like, well, okay, we're gonna have to like set this up close to the door then, so like as soon as it uses the Ouija board, you can run, right? So we set up close to the door with the candle and everything like that, and I'm trying to get the Ouija board to work. I've never used the Ouija board before, right? So I'm trying to get it to work. I'm asking questions. I'm tapping buttons and stuff like that. And she's like, and she's sitting there and she starts talking, right? And she's like, we can't get it to work. It's not using the board, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And she's talking. She's not paying attention, but I could see that she aimed the camera, her view down at the Ouija board, right? And then the board starts moving, right? And I'm sitting there, and I start going, Marko, run! And she just like lets out the loudest scream. Both of them were screaming their brains out. And like, I don't want to die. And so they run out of the door first, right? And she shuts the door right in my face. Literally shuts the door right in my face. I'm like in the house. I'm locked in the house. The ghost goes into hunt mode. And she locked me in the house. She shut the door in front of me. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, open the door. And she's like, no, we can't let the ghost out of the house. I'm like, the ghost does not go out of the house. Let me out of the house. I'm yelling, right? I'm like, let me out of the house. And I didn't die, right? I didn't die. And I'm like, oh, the door's unlocked. I got out. And come to find out, somebody was smart enough to put a cross right in front of the door. And so someone put a cross right there. And so like when I walked walked over the cross, and the cross was between me and the ghost, and me and the door. So the ghost the ghost got bounced back by the cross. And the cross had broken in half and saved me. That was the only thing that saved me, and my sanity, because my sanity had gone down to 0 as well. Right, so I finally get to get out of the house, and everything like that. It was one of those most epic moments ever, though, because it was their last Phasmo stream as doing their old content. It was the last one on their channel. It was the very, very last game of Phasmo that they played, that both of them played on the channel, right? And the entirety of the game, of that stream, they had played, I think it was like 8 or 9 sessions, right? And we were the last session, and every single one of them, they all came out alive. Everyone made it through. They got every single ghost right. They got every single side objective, secondary objective. It was a perfect stream until that last moment. And I was like, I can't be the one that dies and ruins this for everyone. I'm like, oh, please don't let me be that person. I don't want to be known as that person that ruined their last stream, And unfortunately, that cross saved me, right? And we were able to get out, and we finished their stream, their very last Phasmo stream as their old characters, as their old personas. Perfect stream, perfect across the board. It was so cool. But playing with them and listening to them and watching them, it's just like constant. You absolutely love it, because it's adorable, but at the same time, it's like, just go inside. You're like, just go inside. And it's it really makes you, the people that love them now are going to absolutely adore them when they play Phasmo, because they like to talk like they're tough when they play horror games, but they are really they like have that low point where it's like they automatically hit panic mode, like the after the first jump scare. It's like all that courage just evaporates, and then the entire rest of the stream, it's just like nonstop. When they played the original Resident Evil 4, and they played it from first from the beginning to end. I mean, I was very impressed that they made it through the entire game, and not because of their lack of skill or anything. It was because like it was like every encounter that they had in Final Fantasy IV, or not Final Fantasy, in Resident Evil 4 was like was like watching a chicken run around trying not to get eaten. Because that's exactly what it was. Oh, they love to talk. Look, I've been wanting to talk about them for quite a while. Fuamoko, they absolutely love their listeners. The day that they graduated from where they used to work, they did a donation drive, right, for the two of them, and if you donated a certain amount, you were able to do a very short talk session with them. Just to say goodbye and to say how much you appreciate them or whatever, and so I got to talk to both of them for a few minutes, because I donated to it, right? And let me tell you something that in 2 minutes, those girls are able to say so much, and they have so much passion and love towards their audience and their communities. There were I paid for both sessions because I wanted to be able to talk to both of them, and in between there was about 30 call sessions that were only supposed to be 2 minutes apart. All right. Each call was supposed to take 2 minutes, but they allocated 5, so they could transition between each call. So you got 15 people in the first session, 15 people on the second session. So it was something. Numbers were something like that, 15 or 20, something like that. At 5 minutes each, so that's 100 minutes, right? So that little under 2 hours. They had originally set aside about 2 hours total, to try to get through every person, right? Our last session, our last talk session, lasted over 5 hours, and it took 5 hours because their fans meant so much to them that they kept having to pause because the girls were crying so hard and they couldn't talk. That's how much they love their fans. And that's how much they love the people that watch them, and how appreciative that they are and why they want to interact with the people so much. You know, that I know for a fact that they have been trying for a hard time to, you know, like break into and become, you know, more well known, as, you know, as a group or idol group, you know, and that kind of thing, which is fine. You know, I mean, everyone has, you know, those types of dreams at some point to become famous or something like that. However, they did not realize, when they started at their previous agency, how much they would come to love the people that always came back to see them. And one of them basically said in not so many words that, you know, when they started with their previous agency, you know, they started there, they didn't have much, you know, expectations, and at the beginning it was just a job for them. It was just, you know, Corona's wreaking havoc across the world. You know, we need employment. This is the best way to try to do it and continue what we want to do. So we're going to try this and try to get through it. You know, it's a job. You know, it's going to pay the bills. It's going to make us an income. You know, and it really hit them hard when on their final stream. I mean, they were literally like breaking their own subscription records constantly, and concurrent viewers constantly, because they had never had 15,000 concurrent viewers before with their old agency, you know, and here they were, you know, and they had, you know, I mean, They were crying when they hit 1,000 concurrent viewers, and then all of a sudden they had like 5,000. You know, I mean, it was just like, you know, the number kept going up. You know, and they were like, why now? You know, that was like the main question that they were. I could tell they were asking themselves, is like, why now? Why couldn't this happen like, you know, a year ago? But it was too late. You know. But at the same time, you know, people make a big deal about graduations, right? So, you know, a lot of times that's how, you know, current fans of them, you know, originally find them, is because they hear about somebody graduating, they look at their content, you know, and they're like, oh man, I can't believe I missed this, right? And then all of a sudden they're like, oh look, Advent's Hollywood Hololive Advent is debuting. I wonder who they are, you know. And then they hear the voices and they're like, I know those people. You know what I'm saying? I bet they tried to audition any agency. Maybe they sold their second computer. Well, from what I saw, and I kind of pieced together some of it. You know, I don't have a concrete timeline, but I do know that they did audition, and I do know that they were originally a group before, and then they went back to being that same group after. They did release, I think, a couple of covers along the way. And then they were originally going to start a new project. And they even had their new project moniker and you know, a title and a moniker and a, you know, a logo all like created and ready to go. And then, you know, they were like, we're excited to start this project. We can't wait to get started on it. We can't wait to start, you know, doing things with it. And then dead silence. Right? Now, along the way, I will tell you that they were indirectly communicating with their fandom during this whole time frame, and the way that they were indirectly communicating with them was through their manager, and their manager was providing a general commentary, but they were not necessarily, talking about anything in particular. But then when I went and I looked at the last communication, was somewhere, I think, around May, and that manager at the time had also mentioned that several things on the GGN YouTube channel would be going privatized, and that's when people started getting a little suspicious of what was going on. So that's all I'm going to say about that in particular. But I do know that several of it became privatized. All the membership streams became privatized. Which, I mean, I can kind of understand, especially if traffic had died down by then, because they were member only to begin with, and they released them to the public for people to watch freely, But also during that time frame, they had semi-sanitized the official Discord channel, and had requested that all VTuber talk no longer be held on the channel. And that primary makes sense because the VTuber, the channel itself was intended for the visual novel game, and since Manga Gamer had separated from the talent itself, who knows if they are going to hire them to do the new visual novel, or whether how those rights are gonna happen, But if we go back to the information that we have talked about here before, this does technically provide them a case to be able to do the voices again, especially if enough time has gone by where they're no longer those personas, but they do the voice acting for it. But that would kind of out them as what they used to be. But I mean, you could make a case that you jump from one persona. You are technically talent, so it would be a sticky area. You know what I'm saying? Because they would technically be playing the personas of characters in a visual novel, and those visual novel characters also happened to at one point have a VTuber, that helped promote the brand. It's kind of a sticky point, you know what I'm saying? But most people would remember them as those two people, So who knows? Oh, that would be absolutely perfect if they played GeoGuessr, and it would bring a smile to my face to hear them like doing the tour, the whole tourist thing at in GeoGuessr, and that would make me cry, but that would also make me extremely happy to hear them do that. You know what I'm saying? Because it'd be like, this is exactly what this is exactly the type of thing you wanted to experience, But all right, guys. I want to take a break and have lunch here before I stream tonight. So I'm gonna take it. Oh yeah, I've watched her play that game, and she's like spot on for like everything that she plays. She blew me away when I was watching her play that game. I was like, oh man, you're good. You are really good at this game. But I want to grab lunch. I haven't even had lunch yet. It's almost 3:00 p.m. here. I actually started streaming, I think, somewhere around 10. So I want to grab lunch here, and then I'm going to be back here tonight, 8 o'clock my time. So in about 5 hours. And I'm going to be playing through the prologue of the new Alone in the Dark game tonight. I was told it only takes a few hours to get through the prologue, and you're playing as you're playing as a character in there that's I don't think there's like fighting involved in it. I think it's more like half walking simulator, half solving puzzles, half jump scares. But I haven't played it yet. I haven't actually looked at it yet. I've just checked to see, made sure it ran on the PC, and then I said, I want to try this out tonight. So I'll be back in about 5 hours to play that. So if you want to come back and check me out, that'd be great. If you don't, that's also fine. If you want to check the VOD will be up there. So, but thank you everyone who has stopped by tonight. Casby, thank you for dropping in. The cool 2T, thank you for dropping in. Umberto, if you're still here, thank you for dropping in. Beavers, thank you for dropping in. Corey, thank you for dropping in. Thank you. Oreo, I know you were here this morning or this evening, yesterday evening for you. I know it's probably very late for you. Thank you for dropping in. Ensan, arigato. Thank you for dropping in. Thank you for visiting. Thank you. And of course, we always have our share of lurkers. You guys are always more than welcome to be part of the stream. I appreciate all of you who come in and just come in and listen. So thank you so much. All right, guys, we will catch you in about 5 hours for Alone in the Dark. Once again, thank you very much for dropping in, listening to me. A lot longer than expected, but hey, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. So, okay. Until then, guys, this is Marko Yamashita signing off. We'll see you tonight. Peace.
Watch out, cause I'm here now and I'm staying. Claws out, this the fight that I've been craving. I know there's something inside of me, but it's been masked by fear and anxiety. But no more, I'm